Chapter 223 3 Rounds. Chapter 223 3 Rounds. At the same time, the blood-robed youth endured the pain in his head and gritted his teeth. Watch out, there's something else on Su Zimo's body! However, it was already too late when he said that. The moment Night Spirit struck, Yufei felt something and turned around instinctively. The next moment, his pupils constricted violently and his heart stopped beating. Poof! A flash of blood appeared as Yufei's Adam's apple was torn apart by Night Spirit alongside a huge chunk of flesh. Fresh blood splattered all over Su Zimo's body. Night Spirit's timing could be described as perfect. The entire process was smooth and fluid like water. In that brief moment, Night Spirit displayed a precise and keen sense of timing towards the situation. That was a capability that no one had imparted to him. It was completely through instinct. Killing instinct. When he saw that, Su Zimo was stunned. The blood-robed youth's mind went blank and he was stunned as well. That strike was way too ruthless. Even if Yufei was a golden core spirit demon, there was no way he could survive given that serious injury. Yufei's eyes were widened and a black glow suddenly burst forth from his chest. With a backhand punch, he struck towards Night Spirit's head. It was the final gamble of a golden core spirit demon at the brink of death. The entire process seemed very slow, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Yufei had already reacted extremely quickly. Right after his throat was ripped by Night Spirit's claws, he wanted to kill Night Spirit on the spot at the very first instant. Since his large arteries were severed and he had suffered immense loss of blood and chi, Yufei had already realized that he would definitely die. However, he wanted to kill Night Spirit right before he died. Against Yufei's incoming punch, Night Spirit leaped and turned its head, dodging to the side with all its might. Bang! Even so, Yufei's punch struck Night Spirit on the waist heavily. Hia! Night Spirit cried out in pain and there was a clear depression on its waist. Like a kite with a snapped string, Night Spirit was sent flying into Su Zimo's arms after that punch. With its eyes closed, Night Spirit coughed out blood repeatedly and was already unconscious. When he saw that, Su Zimo felt his heart ache. Compared to the true strength of a golden core spirit demon, Night Spirit, who was only a month old, was truly much weaker. This was akin to an infant that was a few years old wielding a dagger in his hand. Even though he had the power to kill an adult, he would never ever be a match for the adult. In reality, if not for the fact that Yufei had been severely injured with his strength decreased drastically after the massive loss of chi and blood, that punch would have very likely blown Night Spirit's body apart. That punch seemed to have drained Yufei of all his vitality. Young master, hurry, escape! Yufei's face was pale and his throat was broken as he spat out words intermittently. Despite that, he was trying his best. After those 4 words, he fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes were lifeless, and the ground was swiftly stained red by his blood. Placing Night Spirit back into his robes, Su Zimo looked at the blood-robed youth opposite him with a cold, murderous gaze. At that moment, Su Zimo was not in a good state. He had managed to break free from the mental illusion thanks to Night Spirit's help. However, he had taken a huge toll during this period of time and was both mentally and physically exhausted. It was akin to having gone through a battle with a top expert. The blood-robed youth was not in the best state either. The blood-robed youth was still suffering waves of pain from the disruption of blood slave art along with the power backlash. He was clearly somewhat dazed. Given their terrible conditions, if they were to truly fight, no one could tell who would be the eventual victor. However, when he saw how Yufei died and recalled Yufei's final words, the blood-robed youth already had the urge to retreat. Furthermore, who was he? As the young master of Blood Crow Palace, his status was immeasurably noble. Why did he have to engage in a life-and-death bout with this Foundation establishment cultivator before him? As long as he were to avoid this person for the time being, the latter would definitely die once the golden cores from the battlefield arrived. At that thought, the blood-robed youth was decided. Retreat! Right then, Su Zimo's gaze turned over, sharp as a knife, as if wanting to tear him into pieces. That gaze was completely unlike a human's gaze. It was more like an ancient ferocious beast that was extremely hungry, violent, brutal, and bloody. The blood-robed youth's heart skipped a beat, and his guts shrank, taking a half-step back subconsciously. Bang! That single half-step caused Su Zimo's aura to increase massively. Using the momentum, Su Zimo deployed the plow heaven stride and charged forward. Churning his power of blood chi, he punched with his backhand like a massive seal that descended from the skies. Su Zimo's eyes were filled with endless coldness without the slightest hint of mercy. Just moments ago, he was nearly controlled and turned into a blood slave by this blood-robed youth. Knight's spirit was severely injured and might even die. Most of the sharpest Foundation establishment disciples of Ethereal Peak had perished. 2 sect elders had perished as well. Those blood debts had to be repaid by this blood-robed youth's life. Save me! The blood-robed youth was appalled as he shrieked while pulling out a white bone shield from his storage bag. Injecting spirit energy to it, the white bone shield expanded massively, and the blood-robed youth tossed it out hurriedly to block above his head. Having lost his courage, the blood-robed youth could no longer attack and could only defend. In his opinion, as long as he could last 10 rounds, there would definitely be Golden Core reinforcements from the Golden Core battlefield not far away. They would save him and kill Su Zimo at the same time. On the Golden Core battlefield, the 10 Golden Cores with Peng Fei leading them surrounded and attacked Wen Xian and Elder Yu, possessing complete control of the situation. If not for Wen Xian's Golden Core phenomenon, both of them would have died a long time ago. However, releasing a Golden Core phenomenon consumed a lot of spirit energy. Wen Xian could not hold on for much longer. When he heard the cry for help, Peng Fei's expression changed. Quickly, go and support the young master! Nothing must happen to him! Peng Fei pointed at 2 Golden Cores and shouted. The 2 of them extricated themselves hurriedly and flew through the air, speeding towards the direction of the blood-robed youth. Everything was happening just as the blood-robed youth expected. Indeed, he would receive Golden Core reinforcements after his cry for help. However, the blood-robed youth was wrong about one thing. Bang! Su Zimo's fist landed on the white bone shield and let out a deafening bang. Trembling violently, a series of cracks appeared on the bone shield as its light dimmed. The white bone shield was shattered by a single punch of Su Zimo's. Pissed! Instantly, the blood-robed youth gasped and his expression changed. Right after, Su Zimo's figure flashed, and he arrived in front of the blood-robed youth. A cold light burst forth from within Su Zimo's eyes as he reached out and grabbed the blood-robed youth's arms, forcefully tearing them apart. At the same time, he bent his knees and charged forth like a divine steed. Divine steed dismemberment. Shing! A mist of blood filled the air. Ah! In the midst of a shrill scream from the blood-robed youth, Su Zimo had forcefully ripped his arms off. Right after divine steed dismemberment was divine steed trampling. Su Zimo kneed against the blood-robed youth's chest, and with a leap, he used the momentum of the blow. Both legs were at the blood-robed youth's throat as Su Zimo trampled twice on his head. Without a single pause, Su Zimo's body had already passed the blood-robed youth. The 2 killing moves connected seamlessly and could only be described as perfect. The moment Su Zimo landed on the ground, the blood-robed youth fell face first as well. His chest was caved in and his throat was torn apart, while his face was mangled beyond recognition. The blood-robed youth was thoroughly dead. The blood-robed youth was wrong about one thing. Su Zimo did not need 10 rounds to kill him. He merely needed 3 rounds. Chapter 224 A Sliver of Life. Chapter 224 A Sliver of Life. Right as the blood-robed youth died, Black Crow Mountain, which was thousands of kilometers away, suddenly burst forth with an extremely terrifying aura as though the apocalypse had arrived. Every living creature on Black Crow Mountain was scared out of their wits, sprawling on the ground motionlessly. Who is it? How dare you kill my disciple? From the depths of Black Crow Mountain, a deep and sinister roar came from a huge palace that contained endless fury and killing intent. I'm going to tear you to pieces and turn your bones to ashes. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening bang, the entire palace shook violently. The blood mist around it grew thicker and was almost materialized. The entire palace seemed to be floating in a sea of blood, faintly discernible. A figure rushed out from the palace and suddenly opened his mouth, sucking hard. Splash! The sea of blood surged, forming a huge vortex that gushed into the figure's open mouth relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the sea of blood disappeared. A middle-aged man stood in the air with his black hair draped over his shoulders. His face was thin, and he wore a dark red robe while a sinister gaze shone from his faint green eyes. Caw, caw! Suddenly, an ear-piercing screech could be heard from Black Crow Mountain. Initially, that sound was far away. However, it came close in the blink of an eye. A gigantic crow with bloodshot eyes was flapping its wings, streaking across the skies of Black Crow Mountain and approaching. That was the king among the many blood-eyed crows of Black Crow Mountain. The Blood Crow King. When the Blood Crow Palace's lord first arrived at Black Crow Mountain, this crow was the first creature he subdued. It had gained quite a bit of benefits by following Blood Crow Palace's lord. By now, its cultivation was already equivalent to the peak of a nascent soul. Master! The Blood Crow King arrived at the skies above the palace and suddenly descended. When it landed on the ground, it transformed into a black-robed cultivator who knelt on the ground with a respectful expression. Come, follow me out there. The gaze of Blood Crow Palace's lord was ice-cold as he said in a chilling voice. I want to see who's the one who dares lay a hand on my disciple. I'll make him pay with his blood. Dongling Valley. The blood-robed youth perished in a pool of blood. The time it took for 3 rounds was merely a couple of seconds. It was too short. The 2 Golden Core reinforcements were too far away to be able to arrive in time to save the blood-robed youth. Upon seeing this scene, the 2 Golden Cores were dumbfounded. Both of them seemed to have thought of something terrifying as the color drained from their faces. Looking terrible, their bodies shivered faintly. The blood-robed youth was the only legacy disciple of Blood Crow Palace's lord. They arrived at Dongling Valley while escorting the blood-robed youth. Now that the blood-robed youth had died tragically here, the palace lord might take it out on them in a fit of anger. Their only chance of survival was on the green-robed cultivator not far away. They had to capture this person alive and present him to the palace lord. That was their hope for survival. Swash! Swash! Their eyes turned bloodshot, and their faces were filled with killing intent. Circulating the spirit energy in their dantian fervently, they charged in Su Zimo's direction at top speed. On the other side, Su Zimo had exhausted almost all of his stamina after killing the blood-robed youth in 3 moves and was now panting. Be it in terms of combination, strength, or timing, those 3 moves were executed to his limits. He had managed to kill a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator in a one-on-one fight. Even if Su Zimo was in peak condition, he may not have been able to produce that feat. If not the fact that he was able to unleash a formidable power of blood chi given his lesser mastery of the organ's refinement section as well as the blood-robed youth's loss of courage resulting in a weakness in his aura, it would be hard to tell who would have been the victor. After killing the blood-robed youth, Su Zimo turned around and looked at the 2 golden cores nearby with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Swoosh! Flicking his sleeves, a supreme-grade flying sword shot out. Shing! The first thing Su Zimo did was to cut open Yufei's chest with the flying sword to retrieve the demon beast inner core within. Right after, he sliced off the blood-robed youth's head and took the latter's storage bag. This person is dead and his head is with me. If you want it, come and take it! Ha ha! Su Zimo held the blood-robed youth's head in his hands as he threw his head back and laughed uproariously with a loud voice that rang in all directions. Su Zimo's current location was quite far away. He was almost at the boundaries of Dongling Valley. Coupled with the fact that he had killed the blood-robed youth in 3 moves, that speed was so fast that no one else had noticed it other than the 2 golden cores that arrived. However, his voice was reverberating through Dongling Valley endlessly right now and everyone could hear it clear and well. The clash between both sides met with a momentary pause. Be it the cultivators of Blood Crow Palace or disciples of Ethereal Peak, regardless of their cultivation realms, they glanced at Su Zimo's direction subconsciously. Following that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The disciples of Ethereal Peak let out joyous looks. However, the masses of Blood Crow Palace were pale as a sheet, looking ashen. "Capture that person alive! Don't let him escape!" Peng Fei roared in anger. There were now only 8 golden cores of Blood Crow Palace that were surrounding Wen Xian and Eldayu. The moment they heard Peng Fei's roar, 2 more golden cores left the battlefield and sprinted in the direction of Su Zimo with lightning speed. Poof! 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 The pressure on Wen Xian decreased drastically. He took advantage of a golden core's absent-minded state and shot forth with his phenomenon. Many slender raindrops poured down on that person's body, producing countless bloody holes on his body. With a dimmed gaze, that person fell from midair. Peng Fei grit his teeth. He had planned on capturing Su Zimo personally, but now, he had no choice but to stay here. Swallowing a mouthful of elixirs, Peng Fei frantically circulated his spirit energy and activated the power of the storm, hoping to kill Wen Xian and Eldayu as soon as possible. In the air, there were many blood-eyed crows that were surrounding the remaining 40-odd disciples of Ethereal Peak initially. Now, all the blood-eyed crows swarmed in Su Zimo's direction with bloodshot eyes. More than half of the hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators from Blood Crow Palace were diverted away as well. As such, the pressure on the people of Ethereal Peak decreased immensely. Everyone suddenly caught sight of a glimmer of hope, a sliver of life. Due to the death of the blood-robed youth, the entire situation had taken on a slight, mysterious change. The battlefield was in a mess. No matter what, Qin Yu and Ji Qingtian were legacy disciples of Ethereal Peak. One at 5 Meridian and the other at 4 Meridian Foundation establishment, they were extremely strong. As long as they could make use of this situation to escape from Dongling Valley and send a message to the sect, everyone would have a chance of surviving. On the other side, there were now 4 golden cores that were rushing at Su Zimo. The blood-eyed crows in the skies were swarming over alongside more than half of the Foundation establishment cultivators on the ground. That massive army was akin to a raging wave that was surging over. In the face of the oncoming wave, Su Zimo appeared extremely minuscule and he was almost drowned by the dense crowd and the blood-eyed crows that covered the skies. One could imagine his ending. Chapter 225 Blood Escape. Chapter 225 Blood Escape. Qin Yu turned back and looked in Su Zimo's direction with tightly gripped fists and a complicated gaze. "Bro!" Little Fatty could not help but exclaim. Ling Ro let out a reluctant expression. Everyone of Ethereal Peak knew that this sliver of life was obtained single-handedly by Su Zimo with his life on the line. Right now, none of the golden cores bothered if they were dead or alive. Even the Foundation establishment cultivators blocking their way were reduced by more than half. Almost everyone's attention was drawn by Su Zimo. "Hurry, let's go!" Qin Yu clenched his teeth and waved his arm, shouting in a low voice. If he were to be hesitant and indecisive at a moment like this, he would only cause everyone to die. Joining forces, Qin Yu and Ji Qingtian walked at the front and released their spirit arts continuously. With the help of the sect's secret skills, their flying swords shuttled through the battlefield, splattering blood everywhere. Even though the people of Ethereal Peak were covered in injuries, all of them endured their pains and gathered their spirits. They followed closely behind the 2 of them and charged their ways out of Dongling Valley. On the other side, Su Zimo was in a bad state. When he used the Fiend Suppression Seal previously, almost all the spirit energy in his Dantian was drained. Thereafter, he was mentally and physically exhausted resisting the corrosion of the Blood Slave art. Finally, he burst forth at his peak and killed the blood-robed youth cleanly in 3 rounds, expending the last of his stamina. Su Zimo was at his weakest right now. Not far away, 4 golden cores sped over with a boiling, killing intent, followed by a dense swarm of blood-eyed crows and hundreds of Foundation establishment cultivators from Blood Crow Palace. Dust and smoke billowed as murderous intent filled the skies. Despite the circumstances, there was no sign of panic on Su Zimo's face. His eyes were calm and his expression was composed. He was channeling a secret skill. There was a Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra etched on the lid of the coffin of the Fiend Sect's inheritance ground. Originating from the Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra, this secret skill was called Blood Escape. The Blood Refinement Fiend Sutra detailed the use of bloodlines and described how one should activate the power of bloodlines. Blood Escape was no exception. Once released, Blood Escape would burn up a third of the body's bloodline in exchange for a momentary speed burst, allowing one to escape hundreds of kilometers away. Of course, there were extremely obvious side effects to Blood Escape as well. By burning up a third of one's bloodline, be it humans or demons, they would turn extremely weak. Their limbs would go cold and breathing would become significantly difficult. In fact, they might even faint. How long a person would remain in that weakened state depended on their individual physiques. The stronger one's physique was, the faster they would recover to normal. However, given ordinary circumstances, it would take at least 10 to 14 days of recuperation for a complete recovery. With the onslaught of the massive army ahead, Su Zimo could only choose to turn and escape. However, the direction behind him was in the opposite direction of Ethereal Peak. If he were to blood escape hundreds of kilometers in that direction, the distance between Su Zimo and Ethereal Peak would only increase even further. Left with no other choice, Su Zimo could only turn and escape. Channeling the mental cultivation technique of blood escape, Su Zimo conjured hand seals and bit his tongue gently, causing a stream of essence blood to spray. Dong! 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 His heart suddenly started to beat rapidly, as if it was about to leap out of his chest. It was as though someone was drumming from the heavens, giving off a dull and powerful sound. Each time his heart beat, it would circulate a fresh stream of blood around his limbs. On that stream of blood, a flame burned in secret. It was extremely strange and emitted endless power. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and activated Divine Steed Fleeting, dashing out of Dongling Valley. Swash! He turned into a sanguine flash of light, and in almost the blink of an eye, disappeared from everyone's sights. It was too fast. Everyone was stunned for a moment, looking lost and confused. Several seconds later, the 4 golden cores were the first to realize what happened. They released all their strength and chased in the direction where Su Zimo vanished. A secret skill as such is definitely using his vitality in exchange for a momentary burst in strength. He won't be able to last long. Chase after him. That's right. Using that secret skill will definitely weaken him extremely once he comes to a stop. The several golden cores in midair were sharp and quickly saw through the essence of blood escape. One of the golden cores yelled, "Blood Crow Army, track that man down! After you find him, don't alert him. Just stay on his trail and wait for our reinforcement. Caw, caw!" An ear-piercing screech broke out from the sea of blood-eyed crows in the skies, as if responding. Soon, many blood-eyed crows delved into the voids and disappeared. Even though the blood-eyed crows were only Foundation establishment spirit demons, their speed of flying through the air was not inferior to golden cores. Su Zimo ran with all his might. Although he did not turn back, he could guess that the group of unknown cultivators would definitely not give up. They were definitely hot on his tail. His blood was still burning. Su Zimo had to ensure that he broke free of their pursuit before a third of his blood was burned up. Blood escape could increase his speed by multiples in a short period of time. However, it wasn't an infinite increase and it was based on the cultivator's foundation. At the end of the day, Su Zimo was only a Foundation establishment cultivator. In other words, even after using blood escape, Su Zimo may not be much faster than golden cores in terms of speed. Golden cores were an entire cultivation realm above him. Before long, Su Zimo arrived at a dense forest. After sprinting for a while, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and with a flash, pounced onto a leopard nearby that could not dodge in time. That leopard could only be considered as a wild beast that had just gained sentience. Even though it bore some intellect in its eyes, it did not know how to cultivate yet. Wrapping the head of the blood-robed youth around the tail of the leopard, Zhou Zimo threatened it. "The further you run, the better. Don't take it off." The leopard could read the killing intent in Zhou Zimo's eyes, and it trembled in fear, nodding furiously. The moment Zhou Zimo released his grip, the leopard left in fear. When it saw that it was far enough, it fled like the wind. Zhou Zimo turned back and sneered coldly. He had to do something to distract his pursuers. Zhou Zimo believed that the leopard was enough to disturb his pursuers and send them into panic such that they could not track him down. Taking a deep breath of air, he continued sprinting ahead. After some time, the energy produced by blood escape was expended thoroughly. This meant that Zhou Zimo's bloodline had been burnt by a full 1/3. The moment he came to a stop, Zhou Zimo felt the entire world spin and he almost fell to the ground. He tried his best to compose his breathing, clutching his fists to maintain the clarity in his mind as he staggered forth. He could not just sleep there. He had not gotten out of danger just yet. Zhou Zimo had to look for a relatively secluded place and set up some simple array formations before he could rest assured that he was concealed. Before long, he found a cave at the foot of a mountain not far away. Heading in, Zhou Zimo took a look inside and heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that there were no demon beasts. Given his current state, even if he encountered a spirit beast, he would probably have to engage in a tough battle. Chapter 226 Nowhere to Run. Chapter 226 Nowhere to Run. Zhou Zimo fell to the ground, his bones and tendons feeling as though they were about to split. Enduring the pain, he took Night's spirit out of his robes carefully and hugged it in his embrace. He was worried about Night's spirit. Even though Yufei's lifeblood was greatly drained because of that swipe to his throat, he was still a golden core spirit demon after all. That counterattack before his death was extremely terrifying. Even if Zhou Zimo was the one in Night Spirit's situation, he could not guarantee that he could survive. However, Zhou Zimo was stunned when he took Night Spirit out. Back in Dongling Valley, he saw with his own eyes how Night Spirit's waist was caved in through Yufei's punch. It clearly suffered serious injuries to its organs and was coughing out blood, as if it could die at any time. But now, Night Spirit's body had returned to normal. Curled up in Zhou Zimo's embrace, Night Spirit was no longer bleeding from its mouth, breathing slowly and steadily. When it sensed Zhou Zimo's gaze, Night Spirit suddenly raised its head and blinked its tiny eyes. Pitch black like gemstones, they looked at Zhou Zimo filled with life. The man and beast looked at one another. Ha ha! When he saw that Night Spirit was fine, Zhou Zimo was delighted and could not help but laugh out loud. Hia! As if sensing Zhou Zimo's joy, Night Spirit opened its mouth slightly and cried in response. Zhou Zimo carried Night Spirit up and examined it carefully. He was shocked to discover that Night Spirit had an extremely strong self-regeneration ability. Even though it was not fully recovered, the wounds on its internal organs were already beginning to heal and its broken bones were reconnected. From their escape from Dongling Valley till now, Night Spirit had not consumed any elixirs and was completely reliant on its own body's ability to repair and adjust. It was less than a month since Night Spirit had been born. Of course, the greater Night Spirit's potential was, the more stringent the conditions were for it to grow. If it was a ferocious beast cub, its parents would naturally be pure-blooded ferocious beasts as well. Extremely powerful, they could provide sufficient food and resources for the ferocious beast cubs. However, Zhou Zimo was merely a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator right now and honestly could not provide much for Night Spirit. He took out Yufei's inner core from his storage bag and placed it under Night Spirit's nose, wanting to feed it. If not for Night Spirit's assassination, Zhou Zimo would have been reduced to a blood slave of the blood-robed youth by now. Therefore, he did not hesitate nor feel pained in the slightest bit feeding Night Spirit the inner core. Twitching its nose slightly, Night Spirit sneezed and turned its head away, pouting its lips with disdain in its eyes. Burp! When he saw that, Su Zimo was speechless. That inner core could be considered the most precious thing he had. He did not expect that Night Spirit would look down on it. You must be crazy, letting up on such a good thing. Having narrowly escaped death along with the fact that Night Spirit survived, Su Zimo was in a great mood and could not help but chide jokingly. He put away the inner core casually, prepared to consume it himself later. I'll put you down first. Let me go set up some array formations and we'll hide here for a couple of days, Su Zimo told Night Spirit. Unexpectedly, Night Spirit arched its body and tried to burrow into Su Zimo's embrace repeatedly, as if it was most comfortable there. Unable to reject, Su Zimo stuffed it inside his robes again and came to the entrance of the cave to begin setting up array formations. After burning a third of his blood, Su Zimo was extremely weak by now. However, he did not dare to rest. He had to make every second count and lay out a couple of array formations before he could set himself at ease. Su Zimo had just drawn a couple of formation patterns when he came to a sudden stop. An extremely strange feeling surged in his heart, as if he had been targeted. There was no danger or warning signs. However, Su Zimo felt that something was amiss. It seemed like there was a pair of eyes hidden somewhere staring at him. He remained expressionless and continued to draw his formation patterns. However, most of his attention and gaze were constantly scanning the surroundings, trying to find the origin of that unpleasant feeling. After a while, Su Zimo found nothing. Did I imagine it? His eyes flickered and he frowned in deep thought. It would be best if he had imagined it. Otherwise. Right then, Night Spirit popped its head out from Su Zimo's chest. Hia! Night Spirit called out. Su Zimo was in deep thought and did not pay attention to Night Spirit's cries. Hia! Hia! After a while, Night Spirit cried out 2 more times, seeing that Su Zimo was ignoring him. It used its paws to scratch on Su Zimo's chest gently, but it did not extend its claws. What's wrong? Coming to his senses, Su Zimo lowered his head and asked. Night Spirit's head was raised as it looked in the direction of the sky with an icy gaze. There was a tiny speck reflected in its pitch-black pupils. Oh! Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat as he raised his head suddenly. Up above in the skies there was a black dot hidden within the clouds, faintly discernible. Given that distance, if it was any normal Foundation establishment cultivator, their eyesight would not be enough to make out what that figure dancing in the skies was. However, Su Zimo's eyesight was extremely powerful and he recognized that the black dot was a blood-eyed crow. Not only that, there were even more black dots gathering towards that area in the clouds. With the blood-eyed crows giving directions, it won't be long before a golden core finds his way there. Suddenly, Su Zimo felt a chill run down his spine. He had not managed to shake off his pursuers at all. If he had not sensed that something was amiss and Night Spirit discovered the source of his feelings, he might have been surrounded and killed here without even knowing why. Escape. Su Zimo's first reaction was to continue escaping. However, the world was so huge. Where could he escape to? There were too many blood-eyed crows. In addition, they were fast and had a keen sense of smell. No matter where Su Zimo escaped, it was inevitable that he would be caught. The blood-eyed crows were the eyes of his enemies and they were everywhere. This meant that Su Zimo would always be under the enemy's surveillance. There was nowhere to run. Furthermore, he was in an extremely bad condition. The blood that he had burned earlier had not recovered and he no longer had any energy left. What should he do? Su Zimo closed his eyes and tried his best to compose himself, thinking hard of a way to break out of this situation. He believed that there must be a way for him to escape from the surveillance of the blood-eyed crows. After a while, Su Zimo suddenly opened his eyes. He had an idea. He took out the demon beast inner core from his storage bag and swallowed it whole. Su Zimo was prepared to use blood escape once more. Making use of blood escape 2 times in a row meant that he would have to burn up 2/3 of his blood and there was a high chance he could die. However, he had no other choice. He could only consume the inner core in advance to prevent any mishaps. Right now, Su Zimo was at his weakest. If he did not make use of blood escape, he would not be able to escape far and would definitely be caught by the golden cores behind. Taking out a map from his storage bag, Su Zimo took a good look at it. Soon, he put away the map and channeled blood escape. His body turned into a sanguine light as he made a slight change of direction and dashed for it. Chapter 227 Jishui River. Chapter 227 Jishui River. This time, Su Zimo was no longer running aimlessly. There was only one place to escape from the blood-eyed crows' surveillance. Jishui River. Blood-eyed crows were Foundation establishment spirit demons after all. They did not have inner cores and could not internalize their breathings. As such, they naturally could not dive into Jishui River. Su Zimo was different. He had both immortality and demonic cultivations. Although he did not have an inner core, he could use his spirit energy to form a protective barrier and repel water. The map indicated that Jishui River ran through the entire territory of the Great Zhou dynasty. No one knew where Jishui River began and ended. The map did not indicate it as well. However, that was not important. What Su Zimo had to do was to dive into Jishui River and drift with the flow. That was how he could escape the tracking of the blood-eyed crows entirely. Su Zimo sprinted the entire way, running through the night. The next morning, he finally arrived at the riverbed of Jishui River. The moment he arrived, Su Zimo's expression was pale and his consciousness was gradually blurring. If he had not consumed that demon beast inner core, he would have been a dead man by now, making use of blood escape twice. No matter how strong one's physique was, they would not be able to withstand burning 2/3 of their blood essence. This time, he was almost completely exhausted. Su Zimo staggered and lost control of his body and balance, falling forward head first into the river. Brup brup brup! A series of bubbles appeared on the water surface. Stirred awake by the waters, Su Zimo shook his head and struggled to stand up. His mind was slightly cleared up. Night Spirit tunneled out of Su Zimo's robes, and after swimming a little in the river, it actually began to float. From the looks of it, Night Spirit was pretty adaptable to water as well. Su Zimo grit his teeth and carried Night Spirit, conjuring a barrier of spirit energy with great effort. Finally, he leaped and disappeared completely into Jishui River. The river was cold. For someone who had burned most of his bloodline, that level of coldness was already seeping into his bones. Su Zimo trembled from head to toe, hugging Night Spirit tightly with widened eyes as he dived down. He gathered his spirit, and did not dare to be careless, wielding the supreme-grade flying sword in his left hand while surveying his surroundings constantly. Jishui River was not a friendly place. The danger inside was definitely not less than the forests in the vast wilderness. There were many powerful demon beasts lurking within Jishui River as well. If he was not careful, he might die here. Su Zimo did not dare to dive too deep. Typically, stronger demon beasts would lurk in the deeper waters. Right now, Su Zimo was surrounded mostly by chi condensation spirit demons that had just learned how to cultivate. The many aquatic demon beasts were truly dazzling to look at. All of those spirit beasts merely looked from afar, and none of them dared to approach casually. All of a sudden, as though they were frightened by something, the spirit beasts scattered at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a danger rang in Su Zimo's mind. The river surged in a slanted manner as a huge water column flowed in the opposite direction, filled with a ferocious killing intent and formidable aura. It was a spirit demon. A Foundation establishment spirit demon had appeared. Zun! 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 Su Zimo endured the pain in his dantian and forcefully injected spirit energy. His sword trembled continuously. The reason why Su Zimo activated the flying sword right away was because he wanted to fight against that spirit demon. However, he suddenly put away the flying sword on second thought. Whoosh! The spirit beast emerged from the water and Su Zimo could finally take a good look at it. Green Armored Crocodile. The green armored crocodile was one of the most common demon beasts in Jishui River. It earned its name thanks to the massively indestructible armor that lined its entire body and its massive size. Moving extremely fast in the waters, the green-armored crocodile appeared before Suzumo almost in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Suzumo felt like he was facing a mountain instead of an aquatic demon beast. Swoosh! The moment it arrived before Suzumo, the green-armored crocodile opened its massive mouth without a second thought, and devoured Suzumo as a whole with ease alongside the river water. Suzumo stood inside the green-armored crocodile's mouth. Even though he seemed incomparably small, he was extremely calm. Just as the lower jaw of the green-armored crocodile was about to close, Suzumo drew out his supreme-grade flying sword again and activated the 4 spirit patterns on it. He said with a cold voice, "You better not move!" At that moment, Night Spirit extended its claws and tapped its paws gently on the tongue of the green-armored crocodile. It did not use much strength, but the green-armored crocodile's tongue was already bleeding. "Listen to me now!" Standing in the green-armored crocodile's mouth, Suzumo said slowly, "Swim down along with Jishui River. I'm going to borrow your stomach for the time being. Once my body recovers, I'll leave. Besides, I promise I won't harm your life." The green-armored crocodile had already cultivated to a spirit demon level and had gained sentience. Suzumo believed that it would definitely understand his words. Indeed, after a momentary hesitation, the green-armored crocodile nodded its head. That was a good choice. It could either believe in Suzumo, or it could die right away. Hugging Night Spirit, Suzumo slid down the green-armored crocodile's throat into its stomach. At the same time, he crushed the protective talisman given to him by Lingro. A barrier of light surrounded Suzumo. Even though it was slightly smelly in the green-armored crocodile's stomach, it was a place undisturbed by anyone. It was the perfect hiding ground for him to calm down and recuperate in peace. If Suzumo were to hug Night Spirit and continue flowing down Jishui River, he would have no time to recuperate. This arrangement was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Suzumo intended to stay in the green-armored crocodile's stomach for the time being. After he and Night Spirit's injuries were healed, he would leave and return to shore. Shaking its head and tail, the green-armored crocodile disappeared from where it was, swimming down the river. 3 days later, a large number of blood-eyed crows circled above Jishui River, densely packed and covering the skies. Peng Fei and the other cultivators who had participated in the Dongling Valley battle stood by the shore. They looked at the surging river with a terrible expression, remaining silent. Before they set off, they had 10 golden cores. Now they were only left with 6. Peng Fei's face was slightly pale. He seemed to be seriously injured and had rushed over before he could recover. The number of Foundation establishment cultivators had decreased by half as well. Caw, caw! Before long, an ear-piercing screech could be heard from the distant horizon. All the blood-eyed crows paused for a moment and split into 2 sides in the skies, as though they were welcoming a powerful existence. Before long, a gigantic, pitch-black blood crow king sped over. On its back was a middle-aged man dressed in blood-colored robes. Hands behind his back, his face was thin and his eyes were gloomy. "Greetings, Palace Lord!" The masses of Blood Crow Palace knelt on the ground hurriedly, lowering their heads and shivering from head to toe. None of them dared to make eye contact with the Palace Lord. Gritting his teeth, Peng Fei bolstered his courage and said, "Palace Lord, what happened was..." Peng Fei recounted everything that had happened in Dongling Valley. In reality, none of them saw how Yufei died. That was also the most confusing part of the entire situation. If Yufei did not die, the young master would not have died as well with the protection of a golden core spirit demon. Chapter 228 Turned into Dust. Chapter 228 Turned into Dust. You mean to say that a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator and a golden core spirit demon actually died in the hands of a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator despite their combined efforts, The Blood Crow Palace's lord looked at Peng Fei as his green eyes sparkled. Even though his tone was calm, it exuded an inexplicable coldness. With so many people, it was supposed to be a one-sided massacre. None of the people from Dongling Valley should have been able to escape. But what happened, Against the questioning of the palace lord, Peng Fei and the others lowered their heads and no one dared to reply. The air seemed to be frozen and layered with a murderous intent. The palace lord exuded a terrifying aura of authority that was impossible to resist. At that moment, all the cultivators of Blood Crow Palace that were kneeling down felt that they were insignificantly small in the face of the palace lord, as though they were facing a divine god. I can understand if it was a golden core who had managed to escape. But how did a mere Foundation establishment cultivator manage to escape despite being surrounded by so many people? I want to know just how that Foundation establishment cultivator had managed to escape. The palace lord's voice turned louder and sharper. Many cultivators revealed looks of pain, but none of them dared to say anything. A bunch of trash. The palace lord's gaze was icy as his glabella flickered with a strange glow. Eyes laden with killing intent, he stretched his palms slowly and pressed down on the air in the direction of Peng Fei and the others. The initially flowing river seemed to be under immense pressure, as it stopped mysteriously. Poof! There was a crisp sound. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Peng Fei's body suddenly exploded into a blood mist. He was dead on the spot without even a corpse left. When they saw that, the people kneeling behind Peng Fei were scared out of their wits. They felt as if someone was grabbing their hearts, and they even forgot to breathe. Someone like Peng Fei, who had managed to cultivate a golden core phenomenon, was dead just like that without even a chance to explain himself. The gaze of the palace lord swept past everyone coldly. Each time his gaze swept past someone, that person's face would turn terribly pale as if he could smell the aura of death. I'll give you guys a chance to atone for your mistakes. Track down Su Zimo. Dead or alive, I want to see him. The moment the palace lord's voice rang out, everyone felt a sense of relief as though they had just passed through the gates of life and death briefly. Soon everyone dispersed. Some of them dived into Jishui River while others looked around the shore for clues. Caw, caw! The Blood Crow King suddenly raised its head and cried. As if they had received some instructions, the many blood-eyed crows circling in the skies dispersed. The Blood Crow King walked forward and said in a dark voice, Master, I've ordered them to search along Jishui River. However, the river is truly too long, and it's hard to determine where Su Zimo will get on shore. No matter, I have my methods. The palace lord said indifferently. The Blood Crow King seemed to have thought of something as its eyes lit up. It nodded and said, That's right. Young master used blood slave art on that person. Even though he's dead, Su Zimo's body must contain remnant energy of the curse. As long as you search for it using your secret skill, we'll definitely be able to determine that person's location. That's right. Jishui River has a way of blocking my secret skills probing. A vicious glint flashed in the palace lord's eyes as he said coldly, However, as long as Su Zimo leaves Jishui River, I'll definitely know about it. Su Zimo did not know it at that point of time. However, his accidental decision to dive into Jishui River to escape the surveillance of the blood-eyed crows had instead caused him to avoid a momentary calamity. Inside the green-armored crocodile's stomach, Su Zimo's consciousness was already fading out. The damage to his body was too great after using blood escape twice in a row. Su Zimo tried his best to stay awake. Opening the blood-robed youth's storage bag, he did not even look and poured everything out. He searched for a few bottles of healing elixirs and swallowed them before putting away the rest of the items. He then started to heal himself. Before this, Su Zimo had consumed a demon beast's inner core and a massive source of essence was sealed within his body. With the help of the inner core and the many miraculous elixirs, Su Zimo began cultivating before long. Huff, huff! Boom, boom! The tiger-leopard thunder sound sounded. Essence chi grew endlessly within his 5 organs and his bones and tendons crackled repeatedly. New blood regenerated and flowed continuously, bringing forth new life to Su Zimo's body. Time quickly passed. After a long while, Su Zimo's body finally recovered. His injuries had healed. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! Boom! The bloodline in his body surged like a tsunami. That surging bloodline contained endless flashes of lightning mixed with dull, resounding sounds of thunder that made one's heart rattle. The stomach of the green-armored crocodile was filled with demonic chi so thick that it almost materialized. All of those demonic chi were produced through Su Zimo's cultivation. To its shock, the green-armored crocodile discovered that its body was also improving under the tempering of that demonic chi. To think that this was a demon beast with a core. I was truly mistaken. The green-armored crocodile thought that Su Zimo was a demon beast with a core that had merely taken on a human form. After some time, Su Zimo opened his eyes. Filled with a bedazzling, divine light, it was like a shooting star streaking through the dark night. Su Zimo's robes around his chest area moved and a little head popped out, peering with its bright and pitch-black eyes that were filled with spirit. The man and beast looked at one another, and Su Zimo smiled. It was always a joyous event for one to survive a disaster. After refining the demon beast inner core, Su Zimo made progress on the organs refinement section as well. Although there was still a long way to go before attaining greater mastery, it was already not easy for him to get to this stage. I wonder if Little Fatty, Lung Ro and the others managed to escape. How are Peak Master Wen Xian and Elder Yu doing now? The thought of everyone from Ethereal Peak had Su Zimo sighing inwardly. Till now, they did not know the background of the faction that attacked them at Dongling Valley. However, it was clear that the other party was prepared. On the one hand, the Battle of Dongling Valley was for revenge. After all, it was Su Zimo who killed all the cultivators from this faction outside Linfeng City. However, the greatest possibility was that the other party was doing it for the sect competition. In the sect competition, there would be ranking roles for spirit, elixir, talisman, and weapon refinement. Only the top 10 of each role had the rights to enter the ancient battlefield. Even though the ancient battlefield was extremely dangerous, it was extremely important for every single Foundation establishment cultivator. With danger came opportunities. In every single sect competition, Ethereal Sect would occupy the most number of spots for the spirit ranking. At the minimum, they occupied 3 spots. Now that all 3 legacy disciples of Ethereal Peak were gathered, what would it imply if the blood-robed youth had managed to turn them all into his blood slave and have them under his control? That would mean that the blood-robed youth would have gained 3 spots at the very least for the sect competition. Given his own strength as a 4 Meridian Foundation establishment cultivator, the blood-robed youth would have been able to occupy another spot. That was a total of 4 spots. If the blood-robed cultivator enslaved a few more powerful Meridian cultivators, the spirit ranking role would most likely be filled with his men. In fact, that was also what the Blood Crow Palace's lord wanted. It was to ensure the young master's safety in the ancient battlefield. Unfortunately, all those plans had turned into dust. Before he could die on the ancient battlefield, the Blood Crow young master had already perished outside. Chapter 229 Primordial Ruin. Chapter 229 Primordial Ruin. After recovering from his injuries, Su Zimo did not linger in the stomach of the green-armored crocodile. Arriving on shore, Su Zimo rode on his flying sword and surveyed his surroundings before taking out his map to compare against it. As he had expected, he was even further away from Ethereal Peak. With his current location, it would probably take him a month of speeding without rest or sleep if he wanted to return to Ethereal Peak. Oh? Right then, Su Zimo frowned. A stabbing pain surged in his mind without any warning. Right after, Su Zimo's vision went into a trance. It was as if he saw the already dead blood-robed youth standing before him, smiling with a weird gaze and a sinister grin. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with a strange, green glint that lingered for a brief moment before disappearing. Squinting his eyes, Su Zimo looked worse for the wear. Even though the blood-robed youth was already dead, there was still some remnant power of the blood slave art left in Su Zimo's body. Furthermore, he had not noticed it when he was recuperating previously. The cultivators of this mysterious faction had access to extremely treacherous methods that were unpredictable and impossible to defend against. Was it a coincidence for that strange stabbing pain to occur, or was someone manipulating it from behind the scenes? Su Zimo's eyes flickered and he frowned in deep thought. He was more inclined to think that someone was behind this. After all, he did not feel that stabbing pain back when he was in the stomach of the green-armored crocodile, and it appeared not long after he left Jishui River. Everything was way too coincidental. Moreover, if someone was manipulating it from behind the scenes, what was the other party's motive? Are they trying to determine if I'm alive, or are they trying to track me down and locate me through it? After pondering for a while, Su Zimo let out a long breath and muttered softly, "These guys are really impossible to shake off." If his theory was correct, it would imply that he could avoid the other party's detection inside Jishui River. However, Jishui River could not stay in Jishui River forever. He had to come up with a solution. To sever the root, he only had two options. The first option was to try and think up a method to purge that sinister power within his body. The second option was to think of a way to get rid of his pursuers. Both options were not exactly realistic, and Su Zimo could not do it with his strength alone. He had no clue how to go about the first option. As for the second option, Su Zimo had a vague idea. Naturally, the second option was way too treacherous, and there was a high chance he could be implicated as well. Spreading the map open once more, Su Zimo searched for his next landing spot. The map indicated some dangerous areas. Some indicated the source of danger, while others were vague and brief. Among them, there was a dark blood-colored cross drawn on one of the spots. It was proof that that was the most dangerous area. Su Zimo did not know much about the place other than it was a ruin. A ruin of the Primordial era. Because the Primordial era was too long ago, it did not leave many things behind. However, there was definitely something unique about this primordial ruin for it to be able to survive till this day. A vicious glint flashed in Su Zimo's eyes as he put away the map and sped towards the primordial ruin. Let's see what sort of danger lies within this primordial ruin and whether it's enough to destroy you guys. Su Zimo planned on leading his pursuers to that primordial ruin. It was almost evening. Su Zimo did not rest at all and sprinted the entire way. He did not know how many cultivators were chasing him, nor did he know what their cultivation realms were. However, the earlier he arrived at the primordial ruin, the greater his chances of being able to set a trap and kill his pursuers. Morning. Travel-worn, Su Zimo finally arrived at the periphery of the primordial ruin. When he arrived, Su Zimo was shocked to discover that there were quite a number of cultivators around him. There were Qi Condensation, Foundation Establishment, and even Golden Core cultivators who stood floating in the air. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of cultivators gathered. It was extremely dense and shocking. A few of the cultivators were very likely even nascent soul-perfected lords. At nascent soul realm, the spirit-peering art could no longer reveal one's cultivation realm. Su Zimo merely had a feeling that the auras of those people were extremely terrifying and even surpassed the golden cores. Something's wrong. Su Zimo was confused. Initially, he thought that these people were from the mysterious faction and were specially waiting for him here. If that was the case, the mysterious faction's methods would be truly unpredictable. However, after observing them in secret for a while, Su Zimo discovered that these people were clearly not from the same sect. They came from all over the place. Su Zimo was even more puzzled. Even though he had yet to actually step foot into the territory of the primordial ruin, why were all those cultivators gathered here? Of course, in order to hide his identity, Su Zimo had long put his sect badge into his storage bag as well. Fellow Taoists, what are you guys gathering here for? Su Zimo casually pulled out a Qi Condensation itinerant cultivator and asked. The moment the itinerant cultivator saw that Su Zimo was a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he let out a respectful expression. The person cupped his fists. Fellow Taoists, you do not understand. A month ago, a golden beam of light shot forth into the skies from the territory of the primordial ruin ahead. It lasted for a long time and even brought forth lightning and thunder. Before Su Zimo could speak, another itinerant cultivator passing by could not help but chime in. I heard that it was rainbow-colored and extremely extraordinary. It's said that there were even sounds of dragons roaring and phoenixes crying. Tisk, I've seen a true dragon before. Even though it was just a scale and half a claw, it was shocking enough. That single scale was bigger than our entire bodies, and that claw was longer and sharper than our flying swords. A cultivator beside him joined the crowd in a seemingly important manner. His spit flew everywhere, and his eyes glowed as he spoke. It was clear that he was exaggerating, as everything he said blew further and further out of proportion. Not really understanding, Su Zimo asked again. So that proves that there must be treasures in the primordial ruin ahead. Furthermore, the treasure has just appeared. There's another possibility. A powerful cave abode restriction within the primordial ruin may have disappeared, causing a phenomenon due to the many treasures within. Yes. It might be a sect from the primordial era that has left behind some inheritance for me to inherit. The surrounding cultivators discussed their guesses. However, I heard that the primordial ruin is an extremely dangerous place. Su Zimo asked again. Yes. Someone nodded. There have always been such rumors. However, not many people know exactly the sort of danger that lies within. Ever since the ancient times, there have been cultivators dying here almost every year. It's inevitable that there's danger. However, since it's a primordial ruin, it means that many of the things left behind are from the primordial era. If you manage to find a treasure, you might just soar impossibly. At the mention of that, many cultivators looked excited and their eyes lit up. Any item left behind from the primordial era that was still intact would definitely be a treasure. Chapter 230 Massacre. Chapter 230 Massacre. Over the past month, cultivators were constantly streaming over from outside the primordial ruin. On the one hand, it was because of an ancient treasure that might have appeared within. On the other hand, the primordial ruin was way too attractive for many cultivators. The ancient battlefield was a secret ground left behind from the ancient era, forming a separate dimension of its own. If the ancient battlefield was enough for many cultivators to covet over, what about a secret ground that was left behind from the primordial era? Many cultivators encountered heavenly-defying opportunities from the ancient battlefield and shot to the top because of it. If one were to obtain opportunities from the primordial ruin, what sort of outcome would that be? Cultivators may find themselves obtaining the potential to dominate the world. Sects may find themselves leaping to become the strongest sect within the entire great Zhou dynasty. In fact, they might even turn into the top sect of the entire northern region of Tianhuang mainland and be ranked on par with the immortal sects. Of the tens of thousands of cultivators, the majority were itinerant cultivators, but there were some factions from sects as well. Of them, Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect were the strongest. In the great Zhou dynasty, those sects were only second to the 5 major sects, and Su Zimo had heard of them before as well. The few nascent souls were from those 2 sects. Roar! Not far away, a roar suddenly sounded. A golden lion with a terrifying aura rushed over. It had a massive body and an intimidating presence, glaring with its eyes that were as large as bronze bells in a cold manner. That golden lion was extraordinary, and it was clear that this was a spirit demon that had cultivated an inner core. Many cultivators were shocked and scattered sparsely. Striding through the air, the golden lion came beside a nascent soul and lowered its head and body obediently. Yes. Nodding his head, the nascent soul leaped and rode it. Ta! 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 A series of hurried hooves sounded. From the skies afar, a pure white horse with a single horn on its head sprinted over. It blew its nose repeatedly with an extremely fast speed, arriving beside another nascent soul. Before long, the beasts of the several nascent souls present arrived. All of those beasts possessed terrifying aura and were all spirit demons with inner cores. However, there was still a vague hint of fear in their eyes as the beasts looked towards the primordial ruin in the distance. Let's go! A nascent soul of Heaven Azura sect gave an order and led his disciples in the direction of the primordial ruin. Right after, a nascent soul of Purple Cloud sect led his disciples over as well. The primordial ruin is so dangerous. Should we observe from here first? If we continue observing and there's really a treasure, someone else might snatch it away first. Let's follow them then. This might be the last chance for us to follow a group of a nascent soul. Even if we fail to obtain a treasure, we'll have a higher chance of surviving as well. The remaining cultivators discussed, and soon, two major factions were formed. Most of the cultivators chose to follow in the tracks of Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect towards the primordial ruin. Only a small number of cultivators hesitated, planning on observing from where they were. Initially, Suzimo had no intention of heading in so early. However, he had just discovered that there were traces of blood-eyed crows up in the skies. Furthermore, their numbers were growing. This meant that the closest blood-eyed crows had already caught up. It won't be long before his pursuers arrived at where he was. I can't delay any more. A vicious glint flashed in Suzimo's eyes. If he was targeted outside the primordial ruin, he would truly have nowhere to escape. Mixing within the crowd, Suzimo headed for the direction of the primordial ruin. A large, dense, and dark forest stood in the periphery of the primordial ruin. The closer they were to the primordial ruin, the denser the trees were, as an ancient aura was exuded. Every single tree was extremely thick. Extending to the skies, their trunks would require more than 10 people hugging around to surround. As the cold breeze blew, scattered sunlight peered through the dense leaves, giving everyone some warmth. The group of cultivators was massive and amounted to tens of thousands, looking rather imposing. Despite that, they seemed insignificantly small in the face of this primordial forest. Unknowingly, Night's spirit had burrowed out. It laid against Suzimo's chest and stuck its head out, surveying the place coldly with its pitch-black eyes. Even the golden lion, unicorn, and other beasts with inner cores that the nascent souls rode on walked through that primordial forest with fear and caution. However, Night's spirit did not seem daunted in the slightest bit. All of a sudden, a miserable scream was heard from the front. Suzimo's heart skipped a beat as he stopped in his tracks and looked over. Not far ahead, an anaconda coiled around the branches of a tree, and its body was almost one with the tree. If not for that fact that the anaconda was chomping on a few people in its mouth, causing a blood mist to spew out, even Suzimo would not have been able to detect it with his eyesight. That anaconda was way too big. A large part of it was hidden in the leaves, but just the exposed portion alone was more than 100 feet. Those few cultivators were not even enough to fill the gaps in its teeth. The most terrifying thing was that even golden cores were defenseless, as their bodies were crushed with a single chomp and devoured whole. Bang! The sleeves of a nascent soul cultivator swayed as he struck suddenly, causing a terrifying force to surge out and land on the anaconda's body heavily. The anaconda's body was slanted by the impact, causing several pieces of scales to fall and revealing the flesh underneath. However, instead of retreating, the anaconda became even more ferocious as it let out a cold and cruel look in its eyes. Pissed! Suddenly, the anaconda opened its mouth and sucked as though it was about to swallow the entire world. A strong wind howled. The gigantic turbulence was almost materialized like a sword and saber. Gushing forth, even the branches of the tree were snapped as leaves fell. There was no way weaker cultivators could control their bodies from being sucked into the anaconda's mouth. This was the true anaconda eclipse. Even though Suzimo had cultivated this, he was still immensely shocked to see it right now. Bastard, you're courting death! Another nascent soul cultivator hollered and struck, causing 3 flying swords to shoot out. Those 3 flying swords carried an extremely terrifying force with them that far surpassed the scope of spirit arts. As the 3 flying swords were about to enter the anaconda's mouth, the nascent soul cultivator that attacked seemed to have realized something as his expression changed. Not good! Hurry, disperse! He exclaimed as he waved his robes and swept away the 3 flying swords he shot out, fleeing into the distance immediately as well. Suzimo's eyes twitched. There were 2 fist-sized bags protruding from the head of the anaconda, looking like a pair of horns. "It's not an anaconda, it's a flood dragon." If it was an anaconda, it could only be considered as a remnant beast. However, if it had managed to cultivate into a flood dragon, it would be equivalent to a pure-blooded ferocious beast. The few nascent souls in the group fled into the distance immediately, and the massive army of cultivators behind them did not dare to linger, as they followed close behind. The crowd was in a mess as everyone tried their best to escape. Bang! The tail of the flood dragon descended suddenly, causing a bloody mist to burst forth in the air as it crashed into the crowd. It was too tragic. Hundreds of cultivators perished instantly. Be it condensation, foundation establishment, or golden core cultivators, all of them were like ants in the face of this flood dragon, and could not withstand a single blow. And at that moment, everyone had yet to step foot into the primordial ruin. This meant that the massacre had just begun. Chapter 231 Tragic. Chapter 231 Tragic. The primordial forest was 100 times more dangerous than the Tsanglang mountain range. Any random demon beast here were pure-blooded ferocious beasts that could scare off nascent souls who did not dare to take them head-on. Escaping in the midst of the chaos, Suzimo bent down and used all his limbs to slither through the dense forest nimbly like an anaconda. In such an environment, Suzimo's chances of survival were far greater than other cultivators of the same level. Because, to a certain extent, Suzimo was a demon as well. He knew the habits, methods and the laws of survival in the jungle. Initially, Suzimo was somewhat worried that Night Spirit might run amok. It was true that Night Spirit had killed a golden core spirit demon back in Dongling Valley. However, Suzimo was clear that Night Spirit's strength was far from that of a golden core spirit demon. Yet, to Suzimo's surprise, not only was Night Spirit not afraid, it was extremely docile and stayed in his embrace obediently, merely peeking out with its head to survey the surroundings. Not long after, Suzimo finally escaped from the attack range of the fierce flood dragon. Before he could catch a breather, Suzimo's expression changed as he felt an even greater danger approaching rapidly. "Not good! We have to leave this place as soon as possible." According to his experience of surviving in Tsanglang mountain range, the bloody smell of the battle behind them would attract even more powerful demon beasts. Those beasts would not be any weaker than that flood dragon. They should all be pure-blooded ferocious beasts. If he was trapped here by those pure-blooded ferocious beasts, he would definitely die. It was only now that Suzimo understood why Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect did not chase away all the itinerant cultivators following them. The main goal of those two sects was to use the itinerant cultivators as bait to attract the ferocious beasts in this forest so that they could seize the opportunity to escape. The same way those itinerant cultivators were making use of the two sects were doing the same to them. The flood dragon's obstruction soon split the tens of thousands of cultivators into two camps. Among them, most of the cultivators were stopped by the flood dragon, while the few nascent soul cultivators of Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect led their disciples and sped towards the direction of the primordial ruin. Behind the two sects were some itinerant cultivators tagging along. Suzimo was one of them. Most of the cultivators who were able to break through the flood dragon's interception had capabilities of their own. Suzimo took a glance. Among the itinerant cultivators, there was indeed a cultivator that Suzimo had some slight impression of. That man was wearing gray robes and held a folding fan in his hands. Looking to be in his 30s, he had a pale, beardless face with a slightly rotund body and ordinary features. However, his eyes were particularly spirited. When they were outside, Suzimo had a short chat with this person. This was somebody who was full of nonsense, and could even boast to the nines. Previously, the comments regarding the dragon's roars of the primordial ruin and how a true dragon's scales were larger than a human came from this person. There was no one who believed in those exaggerated words of his. Suzimo had investigated this person's cultivation realm, and it was merely at early-stage foundation establishment. "He's got some means." Suzimo nodded silently. To be fair, Su Zimo was able to catch up to this point purely because of his demonic cultivation techniques. As for this gray-robed cultivator, the fact that he was able to get here with the strength of an early-stage foundation establishment was indeed impressive. Seemingly sensing something, the gray-robed cultivator turned back and glanced at Su Zimo, smiling in an extremely friendly manner. Right then, another commotion broke out before them. In the forest, a huge tiger leaped out. Its body was dozens of feet tall, and it lunged at the crowd instantly with an apparent ferocity. What was even scarier was that the tiger had 9 tails. 9-tailed tiger-shaped. Su Zimo recalled for a moment, his expression serious as he said slowly, "Pure-blooded ferocious beast, Lu Wu." The gray-robed cultivator frowned at the same time and muttered, "To think that it's a Lu Wu." Lu Wu was one of the ancient ferocious beasts. Born with 9 tails in the form of a tiger, it possessed terrifying strength. The moment the Lu Wu leaped into the crowd, the golden lion roared ferociously in an attempt to scare the Lu Wu back or even kill it. However, the Lu Wu merely swayed its 9 tails and lunged forward. In a single round, it bit and snapped the neck of the golden lion, causing blood to gush out. A bloody mist filled the forest. The master of the golden lion, a nascent soul, fled into the distance without even thinking. The many cultivators had already lost their order as they fled in a panicked chaos. However, a forest was not as simple as they thought of it to be, let alone a primordial forest. It was easy for them to enter, but getting out was far from simple. Psst! Psst! In the forest, a centipede that was more than 10 meters long and as thick as a water bucket slithered forth. It was red all over, moving its thousands of feet with a ferocious gaze. Charging into the crowd, the red centipede sliced the formation into 2 once more. Powerful beasts appeared continuously from the forest, most of them pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Su Zimo had no way of fighting and could only flee in the chaos. In such a forest, even nascent souls were useless. They were fleeing all the same at the sight of the pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Su Zimo found it hard to imagine what kind of terrifying existence he would encounter if he really entered the primordial ruin. It was too tragic. There were more than 30,000 cultivators who had entered this forest. Now, there were a mere few thousands left, and the others were doomed to be buried in this forest. If they were down to a few mere thousands just by crossing this forest, how many of them would survive till the end? About 50 kilometers away from the primordial ruin, a huge pitch-black crow flapped its wings and sped over like lightning. A middle-aged man wearing blood robes sat on the crow. That was the Blood Crow King and Blood Crow Palace's lord. Oh? The palace lord frowned gradually and his gaze shimmered after he deployed the tracking secret skill. "What's wrong, master? Did that Su Zimo hide in Jishui River again?" the Blood Crow King asked. "No." With a grim expression, the palace lord furrowed his brows and grit his teeth. "That lad is about to enter that area." "Ah?" The Blood Crow King did not understand and froze for a moment. After a brief moment, the Blood Crow King came to a realization as a look of fear flashed in its eyes. It asked in a testing manner, "That area?" "Yes." The palace lord nodded. The Blood Crow King analyzed. "That lad has a motive. He's probably trying to lure you there. You must not fall for it, master." Pausing for a moment, the Blood Crow King continued. "Furthermore, what sort of a place is that? Even nascent souls and void reversions might not be able to escape unscathed. A mere foundation establishment like him is bound to die in that place. That lad is very scheming," the palace lord said with a sullen expression. "This is a plot. Even if I know his intentions, I have to go. Even if he dies, I have to see it with my own eyes. Master, you must be careful. You must not be rash. It's all right. This is quite a brilliant plot. It's just a pity he missed something." The palace lord waved it off and scoffed coldly. "He does not know my identity, nor does he know what lies within that area. As a last resort, even if we alarm the existences there, given my identity, I should be able to escape fully without any problems. Let's go." I want to see where else that Su Zimo can escape to. Chapter 232 Out of the Forest. Chapter 232 Out of the Forest. The primordial forest was filled with a strong and pungent stench of blood. A bloody mist permeated the branches and leaves of the trees, condensing into drops of blood that slid down quietly. Amidst the thorns, gravel, and branches, ripped corpses were strewn everywhere. All of them died in miserable states, either torn into two or crushed into meat slime, and were completely unrecognizable. That forest had turned into a living hell. Filled with blood and cruelty, wild beasts roared one after another, causing the ancient trees to shake and the ground to quake. Su Zimo believed that there were people who regretted it the moment hints of an oncoming massacre were shown. However, it was already too late for them to want to back out of the primordial forest. The beasts of the forest had already severed their retreat route completely. The people remaining were getting fewer and fewer. Su Zimo witnessed with his own eyes a nascent soul cultivator walking right at the front, dragged away by a seemingly harmless flower, leaving behind nothing but a momentary tragic cry into silence. In the forest, even the most basic vegetation was left behind from the primordial era and was extremely terrifying. The pressure was intensifying. While Su Zimo was familiar with the rules of survival in a jungle, it was difficult for him to get out alive if even nascent soul cultivators could not promise the same. At that moment, Su Zimo noticed that the gray-robed cultivator had suddenly changed directions. No longer following behind the crowd from Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect, he tunneled to another bush. Su Zimo's heart stirred as he pondered. While Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect had nascent souls leading the way right now and were extremely strong, they were also a greater target for the primordial beasts. It would indeed be safer comparatively if he were to take another path right now. Of course, that was only a relative comparison. Within that forest, there were dangers everywhere, and there was nowhere that was absolutely safe. Su Zimo's eyes flickered and he too changed directions, following behind the path of the gray-robed cultivator. Like an anaconda, Su Zimo slithered through the forest, and he caught up to the gray-robed cultivator before long, following afar from the back. The gray-robed cultivator's speed wasn't fast, and he would even slow down occasionally. Furthermore, the gray-robed cultivator's actions were rather odd. He held a folding fan in his right hand while opening his left palm, and his thumb kept coming into contact with his other fingers from time to time at an extremely fast speed. It was as if he was calculating something. What puzzled Su Zimo the most was that despite the tens of thousands of cultivators who had perished in this forest, the person's face did not show the slightest bit of fear. That sort of mental fortitude was way too terrifying. Right then, the gray-robed cultivator ahead suddenly paused and hid himself. Upon seeing that, Su Zimo did not dare act rashly as well. He pressed himself to the ground and awaited with bated breath. A moment later, a warning flashed in Su Zimo's mind. Right after, a large shadow swept past their heads, covering the skies and emitting a ravening aura as it charged towards the direction of Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo's face was pale and he broke out in cold sweat. It was true that Su Zimo could sense danger ahead of him in this primordial forest using his spirit perception as well. However, it would be too late by then. Rising, the gray-robed cultivator continued rushing forth. That person has some means. If I follow him, I might be able to get out of this forest. Su Zimo followed closely behind. Sure enough, Su Zimo avoided several attacks from the ferocious beasts by following and pausing according to that person. In Su Zimo's eyes, that gray-robed cultivator suddenly became unfathomable. Before long, the gray-robed cultivator in front turned back suddenly, as if having sensed something. Going low immediately, Su Zimo hid himself. The gray-robed cultivator swept his glance and paused slightly at Su Zimo's hiding spot, where he smiled meaningfully before turning front and continuing on. This time round, the gray-robed cultivator's steps were strange as he swept left and right. Suddenly, he burrowed into the forest and disappeared from Su Zimo's line of vision. Su Zimo gave chase right away but realized that he had lost track of the gray-robed cultivator. He realized then that his actions had been exposed. When the gray-robed cultivator sensed it, he chose to shake Su Zimo off. Fufu. Su Zimo gave a faint smile and observed his surroundings carefully before choosing a direction to run after. Traveling in a forest as such would definitely leave traces. Others might not be able to see it, but with Su Zimo's experience of living in a forest, he could find the slightest of traces and determine the direction where the gray-robed cultivator had left. Of course, such a method would decrease Su Zimo's speed significantly. A moment later, he looked over and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. The edge of the primordial forest was not far ahead. All of a sudden, Su Zimo's expression changed starkly as he dodged to the side without a second thought. Clang! A deafening sound rang behind him. Turning back, Su Zimo gasped and his entire body went cold. A massive ferocious beast with 8 legs and flames burning on its body stood in front of Su Zimo with a feral expression. An ancient ferocious beast, Divine Pyrospider. While the Divine Pyrospider could not spit silk, its 8 claws were sharper than any weapons out there. The Divine Pyrospider's claw had slammed down earlier like a gigantic saber with thorns on it, leaving a deep ravine in the ground. If Su Zimo had been a half-step slower, he would be split into 2. Given Su Zimo's cultivation realm, he would be burnt to ashes if he touched any bit of flame on the Divine Pyrospider's body. Su Zimo did not dare to linger any longer and turned to flee. Clang! 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 The Divine Pyrospider chased closely behind at an extremely fast speed, causing sparks to fly everywhere each time its claws swiped across rocks. Bang! Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a deafening boom echoed from behind Su Zimo. Not far behind him, a pitch-black hole appeared beneath the Divine Pyrospider out of nowhere. Dark and deep, it was filled with a piercing killing intent. A trace of panic flickered through the Divine Pyrospider's eyes and it wanted to escape. Boom! Suddenly, a massive pitch-black beard of flesh appeared from that hole, coiling around the Divine Pyrospider's body like a massive anaconda. Kikiki! A series of ear-piercing screams could be heard from the Divine Pyrospider as it struggled furiously to no avail. In the blink of an eye, it was yanked down into the cave and disappeared from sight. Su Zimo gulped. He did not even manage to make out what was inside that hole. Swish! Not far away in the forest, a commotion broke out. The sound of the footsteps of ferocious beasts filled with killing intent could be heard. Su Zimo suddenly released his power of blood chi and his body was shrouded with a demonic chi. Releasing Divine Steed Fleeting, he charged in the direction ahead with all his might. Silver-winged cicada, blood-seeking millipede, wind-slicing eagle and many other pure-blooded ferocious beasts were charging over with a murderous intent like devils. Gritting his teeth, Su Zimo had a resolute gaze. 50 feet. 30 feet. 10 feet. Swoosh! Finally, his vision cleared up. Su Zimo had finally gotten out of the primordial forest. When the many ancient ferocious beasts arrived at the edge of the forest, all of them stopped in their tracks in unison with a tacit understanding. With a look of fear in their eyes, they gradually retreated. Chapter 233 Sea of Bones. Chapter 233 Sea of Bones. Tens of thousands of cultivators had entered the forest at the back. However, Su Zimo believed that less than 1% among them could leave that forest alive. As one of them, Su Zimo should be happy. However, the sight of the many beasts that were slowly returning to the forest, Su Zimo suddenly realized that the moment he rushed out of the forest was also the moment he had stepped foot on the land left behind from the primordial era. The primordial ruin! This was the location that was marked highly dangerous on the map. All of those cruel, violent, pure-blooded, ferocious beasts were wary of this primordial ruin. What sort of ancient secret was hidden in this place? Turning slowly, Su Zimo looked over. That single look caused his pupils to contract, and even his heart to stop beating. There was an endless amount of white bones. At a glance, there was no end and it filled the entire land. Of those bones, Many belonged to humans, but there were many that belonged to remnant ferocious beasts as well. Almost none of them were preserved properly, all shattered and scattered on the ground. This was a true sea of bones. Standing in the face of this sea of bones, Suzumo seemed incomparably small. It was as if he would be swallowed whole by the sea of bones the moment he walked in. There was an inexplicable fear, an indescribable suffocation, an endless oppressiveness, and a faint scent of blood. Right then, Suzumo's chest moved and Night's spirit suddenly burrowed out, leaping down. Looking at the sea of bones in front, Night's spirit's nose twitched. It had a strange expression, and its eyes shone with a mysterious glint. All of a sudden, not far away at the edge of the primordial forest, two figures were the first to run out. They were covered in blood and looked terrible. "It's them!" Suzumo swept his glance and recognized their identities. The two of them were nascent souls from Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect. Both of them glanced at the forest behind them with lingering fear. When they turned back and saw the sea of bones, they were also rooted on the spot, unable to contain the shock in their eyes. Even nascent souls felt minuscule in the face of this sea of bones. What sort of a tragic battle could it have been that left such an intimidating ruin? "Hurry and escape! It's right up ahead! Hurry, hurry! Help me!" A series of cries sounded from the forest nearby. Not long after, another group of cultivators came forth from the forest. More than 100 in numbers, they bore disheveled hairs and tattered clothes as they fell and sat on the ground, panting heavily. There were golden cores and foundation establishment cultivators among them. Of the massive tens of thousands of cultivators' army, including the nascent souls and golden cores, there were only more than 100 who survived. The others had all died in the forest without getting a chance to even catch sight of the primordial ruin. Suzumo merely cast a single glance in that direction before turning back. He did not wish to attract the attention of those cultivators. All of a sudden, Night's spirit let out a whimper. Opening its mouth, it bit on Suzumo's shirt gently and kept pulling in the direction of the sea of bones. "You want to head in?" Suzumo frowned and asked in a soft voice. Night's spirit nodded. "This sea of bones is not simple, and we don't know what dangers lurk within. Let's wait for them to scout the area first." "There's no hurry," Suzumo said. Night's spirit shook its head. Suddenly it raised a hind leg and peed on Suzumo. Of course, Suzumo could dodge it with ease. However, a realization struck him. Night's spirit had already gained sentience and was extremely intelligent. It would definitely not try to dirty him for no reason. If it chose to do so, there must be a meaning behind it. "What sect are you from? What's your name?" Right then, the two nascent souls walked over. They looked at Suzumo with superiority, their tone cold and unquestionable. "I'm Suzumo. I'm not of any sect," Suzumo replied indifferently, half in truth. "That's perfect. Go take a spin in this sea of bones. If you come back alive, you can take your picking from our Heaven Azura sect or Purple Cloud sect. Both our sects will be willing to take you in," one of the nascent souls said. "That's right." The other nascent soul nodded his head. "Suzumo, this is a huge opportunity for you." Suzumo sneered in silence and did not reply. No matter what, he would have to go through the sea of bones. The difference was whether he was going to do it now or later on when his pursuers arrived. By the looks of the situation now, if he did not enter the sea of bones, the two nascent souls beside him would kill him on the spot. Furthermore, Night's spirit was still insistent, looking at Suzumo with expectant eyes and urging the latter to head in. At that thought, Suzumo no longer hesitated as he strode towards the sea of bones. Night's spirit followed beside Suzumo's feet like a small black dog. There was a vague hint of excitement in its eyes. The moment Suzumo stepped foot into the sea of bones, he sensed something unusual. The spirit energy in his dantian seemed to be sealed by an invisible force. Although it had a similar effect to the spirit lock formation, it was even scarier than that. Taking a deep breath, Suzumo walked towards the depths of the sea of bones. Surrounded by bones, it was eerie and scary, yet unusually quiet. A half hour later, Zhou had already walked far into the Sea of Bones, but nothing unexpected or untoward happened to him. Master, let's head in too. If there's really something good, that lad's going to beat us to it. Someone from Heaven Azure sect suggested. Yes. The two nascent souls agreed at the same time. With an order, they led the remaining disciples into the Sea of Bones. With their spirit energy locked, even golden cores could not tread through the air and had to walk on the ground. Only nascent souls could fly at a low altitude above the Sea of Bones. The two cultivators had already decided that they would just follow in Zhou's tracks. They wouldn't get too close nor stay too far. If anything were to happen, Zhou would be the first to die and they would have a chance to get away. However, an earth-shattering change happened in the Sea of Bones not long after the two cultivators entered. Zhou looked back. A series of massive waves surged in the Sea of Bones. Seemingly triggered by something, the endless white bones bounced up from the ground and took on various forms through the augmentation of some mysterious power. Some of them formed a gigantic palm of white bones, emerging from the Sea of Bones and grabbing at the crowd fiercely. More than half the cultivators from the two sects perished once more. A blood mist spewed out. Some of the bones turned into ferocious beasts made of bones that bore immense strength, killing anyone they saw with a violent ferocity. Bones started bouncing in the vicinity of Zhou as well. However, the bones seemed to turn a blind eye to Zhou and Night Spirit, and were all rushing to the cultivators of the two sects not far away. Could it be because of Night Spirit's pee? Although Zhou was unwilling to believe it, that seemed to be the only possibility. Bang! A nascent soul fought head-on with a white bone beast. His expression changed drastically as he stumbled 3 steps back. Right on the heels of that, the nascent soul's body exploded into a bloody pulp, leaving nothing behind. In the face of those bone beasts, even nascent souls could not withstand a single blow. When he saw that, Zhou knew that it was over for Heaven Azure sect and Purple Cloud sect. This Sea of Bones was going to be their resting place. Chapter 234 Mysterious Stone Pillar. Chapter 234 Mysterious Stone Pillar. The winds and clouds suddenly changed as the bone waves surged. As if triggered by something, the endless white bones stirred and took on the form of various remnant ferocious beasts. Terrifying existences rose one after another from the Sea of Bones. A murderous aura filled the air as blood rushed into the sky. Zhou could not identify the origin of those remnant ferocious beasts based on their skeletal structure alone. However, there were many humanoid skeletal structures among them that had terrifying combat strength as well. The remaining 100-odd cultivators from Heaven Azure sect and Purple Cloud sect, including the nascent souls and golden cores, were slaughtered by the countless white-boned ferocious beasts. Fresh blood splattered and broken limbs were strewn everywhere as tragic cries rang out incessantly. At the sight of that, Zhou felt his scalp go numb while his limbs went cold. Was this the power of a primordial ruin? If these living beings possessed such terrifying combat strength after their deaths, what sort of cultivation realm did they possess while they were alive? Who was it that could have buried them here, forming such a boundless sea of bones? What was in the depths of this Sea of Bones? In an instant, countless questions flashed through Zhou's mind. At that moment, he truly felt how insignificant he was. Even though he was already a Foundation establishment cultivator, and could achieve sword kinesis flight, he could not shrug off the shackles of being a mere mortal. Zhou walked towards the depths of the Sea of Bones. It was as if he was headed for an extremely unfamiliar era. He was entering a civilization that was buried in the sands of time which no one knew about. The tragic cries behind him faded gradually. None of the cultivators from the two sects were spared from being buried in the Sea of Bones. The mighty white-boned ferocious beast scattered and fell to the ground once more. The Sea of Bones regained its silence. It was so silent that it was frightening. It was as if the killing and slaughter earlier on was nothing but Zhou's imagination. A slight gust of breeze blew and Zhou felt a chill run down his spine. Unknowingly, he had already broken out in cold sweat. He glanced at Night Spirit beside his feet. He could vaguely guess that Night Spirit had something to do with why the powerful existences in the Sea of Bones did not attack him. As for Night Spirit, it was very alert, sniffing around while leading the way with Su Zimo at the back. In that endless sea of white bones, there was only that man and beast. They were surrounded with extreme desolateness with no signs of life at all. The fog in front of them grew heavier gradually, and the visibility was very low. In that thick fog, there was a mixture of moistness and stench of blood. After a long time, Su Zimo found a grayish-white stone pillar standing in the fog in front of him. Extremely thick, it rose from the ground and extended into the skies. In the face of that stone pillar, Su Zimo appeared extremely small. Reaching out, he touched the stone pillar. It was beyond his expectations. This gigantic stone pillar was a relic of the Primordial era, weathered by the elements and washed by the sands of time. Despite that, its surface was smooth as jade without any bit of coarseness. Typically, even supreme-grade spirit weapons would lose their spirituality if they were exposed outside for hundreds of thousands of years, let alone stone pillars. Furthermore, it was at least tens of millions of years from the Primordial era till now. This stone pillar is a treasure. If only I could carry it away. Su Zimo circled a couple of rounds around the stone pillar, and thought to himself. Naturally, that was merely a casual thought. Given Su Zimo's strength, he could not even stuff the stone pillar into his storage bag. Even if he could, there was no way he would do so. The Sea of Bones was already so terrifying. Who knew what was the purpose of a mighty stone pillar erected here? What if he were to alert the terrifying existences in the Sea of Bones once more should he move the stone pillar? Circling around the stone pillar once more, Su Zimo did not find any signs from its surface. Weird. Su Zimo's eyes flashed with doubt. He originally thought that there would be some information carved on the stone pillar, perhaps drawings or indications of the Primordial era. However, the surface of the stone pillar was smooth without anything at all. A strong gust of wind blew past the Sea of Bones, causing the fog to dissipate slightly. Looking around, Su Zimo's gaze froze and he exclaimed softly. 1,000 feet away from this stone pillar, there was another stone pillar erected in the same row. Su Zimo walked over and took a look. This stone pillar was almost identical to the first one. It had a smooth as jade surface without any signs on it. As he continued walking along that direction, a similarly thick stone pillar would appear almost once every 1,000 feet. What's going on? Su Zimo pondered for a moment, but he had no clue. Under Night Spirit's urging, he continued walking forward. Before long, Su Zimo stopped in his tracks once more. He had already arrived at the end of the Sea of Bones. The end of the Sea of Bones was a tall mountain that towered into the clouds. The top of it was lush, filled with vibrant life and rich vegetation. There was even green water swirling around the foot of the mountain, as though it was a paradise. From the dead and heavy atmosphere of the Sea of Bones to a flourishing mountain peak, Su Zimo could not recover from the sudden change for a moment. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. The Sea of Bones behind him was truly just the boundary of the Sea of Bones. The mountain before him was the true center of the primordial ruin. Or perhaps, even this mountain was not the center of the primordial ruin. Perhaps, the true secret of the ruin awaited those who crossed this mountain? Be it the primordial forest or the Sea of Bones behind him, those were merely barriers protecting the center of the primordial ruin. Hia! Hia! Night Spirit cried and urged Su Zimo to continue ahead. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, Su Zimo's heart stirred, as if he sensed something. He glanced sideways at a forest at the side. Not far away, a figure appeared from an old tree. Dressed in gray robes, he had a slightly rotund figure with a beardless face, holding a folding fan in his hands. It's you? It's you? Both men exchanged glances and were stunned for a moment before exclaiming. Su Zimo had not expected that he could come across that gray-robed cultivator again at this place. Back in the primordial forest, Su Zimo had already realized that the gray-robed cultivator was far from simple and had some tricks up his sleeves. However, after entering the Sea of Bones, Su Zimo thought that the person would perish within. He never expected that the person would arrive at the mountain before him. While Su Zimo was shocked, the gray-robed cultivator was even more shocked. Given his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Su Zimo was only a Foundation establishment cultivator. There was no possibility of him hiding his cultivation realm. Right from the get-go, the gray-robed cultivator knew that the tens of thousands of cultivators that coveted to step foot into the primordial ruin would all die. Apart from him, no one else could survive. He had not expected that this seemingly normal green-robed cultivator would actually be able to cross the Sea of Bones. He could understand how the green-robed cultivator was able to pass through the primordial forest. After all, this person was smart, and had followed behind him in the forest. However, he had already dumped this person right at the very end. Interesting. Walking slowly towards Su Zimo, the gray-robed cultivator let out a malicious smile. Chapter 235 Demon Suppressing Rope. Chapter 235 Demon Suppressing Rope. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo let out a wary look. Even though the gray-robed cultivator before him was only at early-stage Foundation establishment, Su Zimo did not dare to be careless. The person reeked of a strange and unfathomable aura from head to toe. Furthermore, the fact that this man was able to cross the primordial forest and Sea of Bones with ease was reason enough for Su Zimo to be wary. Arriving around 10 meters in front of Su Zimo, the gray-robed cultivator stopped in his tracks all of a sudden. Raising his brows, he asked with a fake smile, "Fellow Taoist, you're really following tightly. I didn't manage to shake you off at all?" Su Zimo looked at the person calmly, and remained silent. A hint of mockery flashed in the gray-robed cultivator's eyes and his expression darkened. His smile was suddenly wiped away as he asked in a cold tone, "Tell me, what's your background? Why are you following me?" Having said that, the gray-robed cultivator stared fixedly at Su Zimo's face, hoping to find a clue in his expression and gaze. "I'm not following you." Su Zimo shook his head expressionlessly. That was the truth. Failing to gain anything, the gray-robed cultivator frowned and thought internally. Could it really be a coincidence? No. The gray-robed cultivator changed his mind. Even if it's a coincidence, I can't let him continue forth. If my plans were to be spoiled because of this person, the losses would be immense. How did you manage to cross the Sea of Bones? The gray-robed cultivator asked all of a sudden. Walking. When he heard that, the corner of the gray-robed cultivator's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something but stopped. Sweeping his gaze across Su Zimo, the gray-robed cultivator looked at Night Spirit who was beside Su Zimo's feet. Upon seeing Night Spirit, the gray-robed cultivator could not help but roll his eyes. He mocked. Fellow Taoist, your preferences are truly extraordinary. Most people would look for the cubs of ancient remnant beasts or pure-blooded ferocious beasts to be their fighting beasts. But look at you, rearing the cub of a black dog. None of your business. Su Zimo sneered and retorted. The gray-robed cultivator did not get angry either, merely waving the folding fan in his hand and saying with a smile, Fellow Taoist, let me give you a piece of advice. Since you're able to cross the Sea of Bones, I advise you to turn back and stop continuing forward. This is not a place for you to be. The gray-robed cultivator pointed at the mountain by the side and said with a serious expression, emphasizing every single word. Su Zimo did not say anything. He wanted to head back as well. To be precise, Su Zimo had never intended to step into this place right from the get-go. He was only here because he had nowhere else to go. If he were to head back now, he would only be met with his pursuers. Furthermore, he managed to arrive here by relying on Night Spirit's guidance and persistence. It was not that easy for Su Zimo to retreat. You're not retreating? The gray-robed cultivator frowned and muttered. That's troublesome. I can't let you follow me and spoil my plans. You can head your way and I'll head mine. We won't have to interfere with one another. Su Zimo was also wary towards the gray-robed cultivator and did not want to have a clash with the latter. After a brief silence, the gray-robed cultivator shook his head. No, that's too risky. Since you refuse to leave, you can't blame me. Oh? Upon hearing that, Suzumo's expression changed. Without thinking, he immediately attacked first. The two of them were extremely close. If nothing unexpected happened, Suzumo was 70% confident that he would be able to take down the gray-robed cultivator. Boom! With the plow-heaven stride, a clear footprint appeared on the ground, causing the surrounding soil to fly everywhere. In almost an instant, Suzumo appeared in front of the gray-robed cultivator and channeled his bloodline, causing the sound of tsunamis and rumbling thunder to echo from his body in a terrifying manner. Faced with Suzumo's attack, the gray-robed cultivator did not panic at all when he heard the sounds coming from Suzumo's body. Instead, he exclaimed softly and his eyes filled with curiosity. Such mighty power of bloodline? How did you manage to cultivate it? Without saying a word, Suzumo swung his arm and punched the top of the gray-robed cultivator's head. It was like a huge seal that suddenly fell. Not bad, not bad. Against Suzumo's attack, the gray-robed cultivator did not avoid nor dodge and was even in the mood to nod and praise him. Suddenly, the gray-robed cultivator stretched out his folding fan and tapped Suzumo on the wrist lightly. That tap was done extremely swiftly. Landing with absolute precision, even the timing was perfect as well. Bang! Suzumo's wrist went numb and the power of that punch dissipated entirely. Right after, a piercing pain surged from Suzumo's wrist, as if it was snapped. The gray-robed cultivator chuckled. Out of nowhere, he produced a rope and tossed it in Suzumo's direction gently while muttering, "Restrict!" That rope coiled around Suzumo's body immediately, tying his arms and legs to both sides of his body while circling round after round. In the blink of an eye, Suzumo was completely restricted by that unassuming rope and could not move at all. A black shadow fluttered out. "Night Spirit, don't move!" Suzumo called back Night Spirit immediately. In reality, the moment the gray-robed cultivator attacked, Suzumo had already realized that this person was definitely not at early-stage foundation establishment. It could be a golden core or even a nascent soul. At the very least, the cultivation realm of the gray-robed cultivator was far superior to his. Against such a powerful cultivator, it would be useless even if Night Spirit were to charge at him. Instead, it might even be killed by the gray-robed cultivator. Stopping in its tracks, Night Spirit glared at the gray-robed cultivator coldly. It raised its head and a deep growl came from the depths of its throat, filled with killing intent. "Heh!" The gray-robed cultivator walked before Night Spirit and squatted, saying with a smile, "You've sure got some guts, black dog cub. How dare you attack me?" The proximity between the man and beast was extremely close. Night Spirit could reach him just by raising its paw. However, Night Spirit did not make a move still after a while, merely looking at him with a cold gaze. Smiling, the gray-robed cultivator tapped Night Spirit on the head with his folding fan. "Not bad. You're quite clever. How lucky of you." Suzumo exhaled deeply. Naturally, he could tell that the gray-robed cultivator was deliberately luring Night Spirit to attack earlier on. If Night Spirit had truly attacked, not only would it fail to injure the gray-robed cultivator, the latter would even take the opportunity to kill it. The gray-robed cultivator stood up and looked at Suzumo with a helpless expression. He spread out his hands and said, "Since you're unwilling to leave, I can only hold you here. By the way, this is the demon suppressing rope. Oh, I don't think you've heard of it." The gray-robed cultivator continued, "Even pure-blooded ferocious beasts would be tied up tightly by the demon suppressing rope. Although your body is strong, it's not comparable to pure-blooded ferocious beasts. So don't bother lest you bring about suffering for yourself." Suzumo did not reply. The gray-robed cultivator turned over and took a few steps. Seemingly worried, he said, "Stay here obediently. I'll be back in a little while and help you undo the demon-suppressing rope." With that said, the gray-robed cultivator tunneled into the forest with swift steps. Heading towards the peak, he disappeared before long. Chapter 236 Escape. Chapter 236, Escape. Two figures stumbled out of the primordial forest and descended before the sea of bones. "Thank you for saving me, Master," the Blood Crow King said with lingering fear. If not for the Blood Crow Palace's lord given its own strength, it would not have been able to make it out of the primordial forest. The palace lord nodded and turned back to look at the remnant ferocious beasts that were gradually retreating in the forest before heaving a sigh of relief. Even with his strength as a void reversion, he had to exercise caution while crossing that primordial forest. If he had truly encountered the king of the forest, even he would have to retreat to protect himself. "Master, are we still chasing? That lad's only a Foundation establishment cultivator. Could he have truly made it out of that primordial forest?" The Blood Crow King's tone was clearly filled with doubt. Surveying his surroundings, the palace lord noticed some traces left behind by Heaven Azura sect and Purple Cloud sect. He nodded his head. "Yes, that lad is quite lucky. He must have joined the crowd and managed to get out by chance." Narrowing his gaze, the palace lord looked at the sea of bones before him in silence. There was a deep shock in the depths of the Blood Crow King's eyes. There were so many white bones piled into a sea. Furthermore, these bones left behind from the primordial era had yet to decompose till this day. Just how strong were the owners of these bones back then? "Master, are we crossing this sea of bones?" the Blood Crow King asked at the side warily. Since there was no trace of Su Zimo in this place, logically, it should mean that Su Zimo entered the Sea of Bones. However, for some reason, the Blood Crow King felt a sense of trepidation when he faced the Sea of Bones. The palace lord nodded. "I'll locate that lad using the secret skill. Blood Curse Attraction." The palace lord shouted softly, and a dark glow emanated from his eyes. Like ink, the glow started to spread out before condensing into the word character 4 green in midair, emitting strange energy ripples. "Oh!" the palace lord exclaimed softly as the character dissipated. The Blood Crow King asked, "What's wrong, Master?" Frowning, the palace lord shook his head. "It doesn't make sense. That lad's location shows that he's already crossed the Sea of Bones. How did he manage to do it as a Foundation establishment cultivator? Could there be more to the background of that lad than it seems?" The palace lord's gaze flickered as he fell into deep thought. "Wait here. I'll go take a look myself," the palace lord said to the Blood Crow King before walking to the edge of the Sea of Bones and chanting a mysterious incantation. Right after, the palace lord bit his tongue gently and spat out a drop of blood essence. That blood essence, under the augmentation of the incantation, formed a blood-colored barrier that enveloped the surroundings of the palace lord. The palace lord stepped foot into the Sea of Bones. He was a few steps in when the Sea of Bones surged with bone waves, seemingly sensing something. Countless white bones surged from the ground, taking on the form of white-boned ferocious beasts. Terrifying and menacing, mysterious flames danced in the sockets of their skulls. "Roar!" Waves of roars sounded from the Sea of Bones as the winds and clouds churned. The Blood Crow King's legs turned jelly as it witnessed the scene from the edge of the Sea of Bones. Given his cultivation, it could naturally sense the frightening aura that was being emitted from those white-boned ferocious beasts. Any one of those white-boned ferocious beasts would be able to crush him into pieces with ease. Surrounded by the many white-boned ferocious beasts, the palace lord continued forward with a calm expression. The white-boned ferocious beasts stared at the palace lord and identified the blood mist surrounding the latter. After hesitating for a long time, they dispersed and fell back into the Sea of Bones, turning everything calm once more. At the moment when the palace lord released his secret skill to investigate Su Zimo's whereabouts. At the end of the Sea of Bones, at the foot of a godly mountain, Su Zimo's eyes turned a faint green hue as he felt a sudden, sharp pain in his mind. Right after, Su Zimo's vision blurred and once more, he saw the blood-robed youth who had died in his hands charging at him with a sinister smile. That throbbing pain and hallucination disappeared in an instant. Before long, a commotion stirred from the Sea of Bones behind him, as if someone had barged in. "They're actually chasing me here?" Su Zimo's expression turned extremely terrible. He originally thought that the primordial forest alone was enough to discourage his pursuers from continuing. But from the looks of it, the other party still decided to enter the Sea of Bones. There were only two possibilities now. If the other party could cross the Sea of Bones, he would definitely die. The second scenario was that the white-boned ferocious beast in the Sea of Bones would kill off all of his pursuers. Zhou did not dare to take the gamble. Looking at the rope that was tying him up, Zhou tried to budge but realized that it did not show signs of loosening. Sneering internally, Zhou released his blood chi explosively. Bang! Boom! Boom! His bloodline churned within his body, letting out a rich demonic chi as blood filled his flesh while his tendons shook. Zhou's body was expanding. Buzz! The demon-suppressing rope shone brightly, forming a resplendent atmosphere, before suppressing Zhou's blood chi instantly. Ugh! Zhou's expression changed as he grunted. The demon-suppressing rope did not loosen. Instead, it dug deeper into Zhou's flesh such that blood oozed out, staining his green robes. Instantly, Zhou calmed his blood chi and allowed his body to return to normal. The wounds that were inflicted on his body by the demon-suppressing rope were nothing but superficial wounds. With Zhou's immense healing powers, he would be able to recover very quickly. However, how he should escape remained a tricky problem. Zhou could not just wait foolishly for the gray-robed cultivator to return and undo the demon-suppressing rope for him. He would probably be a dead man by then. A thought flashed through Zhou's mind. Since he was unable to break free from it directly, how about attempting tendon's transformation? A series of crackling sounds could be heard from Zhou's body as his tendons and bones echoed at the same time. Zhou's figure shrank rapidly at a discernible pace. In the blink of an eye, he had shrunk to a mere meter tall and was extremely short. However, to Zhou's shock, the demon-suppressing rope had changed along with him. It kept shrinking while remaining tightly wrapped around his body such that he couldn't escape. This was the reason why the demon-suppressing rope was so powerful. After demon beasts managed to cultivate an inner core, they could alter their appearances and take on a human form, no matter what sort of massive beasts they originally were. However, if they were bound by the demon-suppressing rope, they would not be able to escape no matter the sort of transformations they undertook. Zhou was at his wits' end. Right then, Night Spirit came over and extended its sharp claws that flashed with a cold glint. It hooked onto the rope and tore it apart continuously. Moments later, the demon-suppressing rope snapped. The moment it snapped, the light on the demon-suppressing rope dimmed and it fell from Zhou's body. Zhou was elated. Hia! With an urgent cry, Night Spirit turned around and sprinted up the mountain. Zhou followed hurriedly. Chapter 237 Extinct Primordial Life Form. Chapter 237 Extinct Primordial Life Form. The gray-robed cultivator tiptoed his way through the mountain, looking nervous and furtive. He held his folding fan in one hand and a metal rod as thick as a finger in his other. At the tip of the metal rod, a slender needle passed through it, constantly spinning and guiding his direction. Once in a while, the gray-robed cultivator would stop in his tracks and wait for the needle to stabilize in a certain direction before heading in that direction. With the constant pauses, the gray-robed cultivator's speed was not fast. This old man's Earth Spirit ruler is not reliable at all. Spinning here and there, it's not even giving me a fixed direction, the gray-robed cultivator mumbled as he walked. On the other side, Night Spirit brought Zhou through the forest of the Godly Mountain at an extremely fast speed. Its nose twitched as it sprinted, as if smelling for something, as it walked further and further into the Godly Mountain. After a long time, Night Spirit came before a gigantic cave and stopped. Zhou raised his head and looked at the cave in shock. His mouth was slightly agape and he was speechless for a moment. The size of the cave was way beyond his imagination. In front of the cave entrance, Zhou was like an ant before a majestic palace hall. He felt incomparably small. Just who was it who could have opened up such a massive cave in this Godly Mountain? There were no signs of any saber or axe marks at the boundaries of the cave. Such a method could be considered as a work of God. What sort of a purpose did this cave hold with its size? Ooh! Night Spirit bit the hem of Su Zimo's shirt and continued to tug at him, gesturing for him to enter the cave quickly. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo could not help but turn and look back before entering the cave. That single look caused Su Zimo to stare fixedly, unable to shift his gaze away. The massive cave was halfway up the mountain. Su Zimo had the high ground vantage from where he was, and he naturally had a wider view of the sea of bones behind him. He could vaguely see that there were 2 rows of stone pillars in the sea of bones, and they were nearly as tall as half the mountain's height. The top of the 2 rows of stone pillars leaned towards the middle, embedding into a huge, thick beam that was full of spikes and was several times thicker than the stone pillars. What exactly is this thing? There was a flash of doubt in Su Zimo's eyes. He had a nagging feeling that the stone pillars and beam resembled something when combined. After pondering for a while, Su Zimo had no clue and followed Night Spirit into the cave. At the same time, the Blood Crow Palace's lord crossed the sea of bones safely and let out a heave of relief. The palace lord was motionless as he focused his senses and could not help but sneer. Still fleeing? I want to see where you can flee to. Following the guidance of the blood curse, the palace lord rushed up the godly mountain. Before long, a figure with grey robes appeared in front of a huge cave on the middle of the mountain, wielding a folding fan in one hand and the Earth Spirit ruler on another. Hee, the old man did not lie. Even though the Earth Spirit ruler's a little slow, it didn't get it wrong. I really found it. Looking at the gigantic cave before him, the grey-robed cultivator could but help but chuckle with a smug expression. If it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not, there's no need to force things. Shaking his head, the grey-robed cultivator waved his folding fan and sang softly in delight as he entered the cave. Su Zimo had long realized that ever since they stepped foot into this primordial ruin, Night Spirit had been different from usual. It was a little excited and nervous at the same time. This was the first time complex emotions as such appeared on Night Spirit. Back when Tao Lord Extreme Fire perished, he did not make it clear whether Night Spirit came from a primordial or ancient ruin. Su Zimo had the suspicion that Night Spirit might have some intricate connection with this primordial ruin. A bolder assumption would be to guess that Night Spirit originated from this primordial ruin. After all, Night Spirit's behavior had been peculiar along the entire journey. The cave was extremely empty, and there was almost no obstruction. Rushing for a long time, the man and beast finally arrived at the deepest part of the cave. This is... At the end of the cave stood a grayish-white oval object that was as tall as a person. Su Zimo stared in disbelief as he muttered to himself. That's an egg? What sort of a demon beast would lay such a massive egg? Su Zimo came before the gigantic egg and reached out to touch and feel it. There were no patterns on the egg, which meant that it had not been born for long, a month at best. In that case, the phenomenon that the many cultivators witnessed a month ago should have been caused by the birth of this demon beast egg. Su Zimo recalled all the information he had regarding demon beast eggs. After a moment, he still could not recall anything about the sort of demon beasts that could possibly give birth to this frighteningly massive egg. Night Spirit navigated through Su Zimo's robes and arrived at his chest area before long, watching him with blinking eyes, seemingly showing off. Gazing at the egg before him, Su Zimo frowned and pondered. He had the feeling that if he were to connect the scattered pieces of information along the entire journey, he should be able to obtain an answer. The stone pillars, the beam, the cave, the egg. A flash of light flickered through Su Zimo's mind. At the thought of that possibility, Su Zimo's expression changed starkly. Back when he first saw the gray stone pillars in the Sea of Bones, Su Zimo was puzzled. Why would there be so many stone pillars in the Sea of Bones? Furthermore, the surface of those stone pillars were smooth as jade. Why wasn't there any trace of aging despite the gap between the primordial era and present times? What sort of stone could be so resolute? It was till this very moment that Su Zimo finally understood. Those were not stone pillars at all. Those were bones. It was the skeleton of an incomparably strong being in the past. The 2 rows of stone pillars were in reality the ribs of this powerful life form. As for the even thicker beam in the middle that was filled with spikes, that was the spine of the life form. The reason why it was in the sea of bones was because they were bones to begin with. This cave that he was in right now should have been opened up by the race of that terrifying life form. Just what sort of a being was it that could have possessed such a frighteningly massive body? Even after dying for so many years with its flesh decomposed, the bones were still smooth as jade and were immortal. What sort of cultivation realm did this life form possess in the past? A primordial life form. To think that primordial life forms which were already extinct in Tianhuang mainland were buried here. If there were no surprises, the gigantic egg before him should have been laid by that massive primordial life form. At that thought, Su Zimo gulped. Piak! Suddenly, a crisp sound reverberated in the cave behind him. Su Zimo's pupils constricted instantly. Sprawled against his chest, Night Spirit had actually reached out with its claws and pierced the huge egg in front of them. Chapter 238 Big Trouble. Chapter 238 Big Trouble. Night Spirit, you! Su Zimo was speechless. Even though Night Spirit had not been born for long, it was extremely intelligent and sharp. Whether it was the stunning display of killing a golden core spirit demon back in Dongling Valley or its various actions upon entering the primordial ruin, it was clear that Night Spirit was extraordinary. But this time, Su Zimo realized that Night Spirit had gotten into trouble. Furthermore, it was a trouble that could get them killed. The egg in front of them had clearly just been born. This also meant that the unknown primordial life form that laid this egg could possibly be nearby. Even though he had not witnessed the terror of that primordial life form personally, he could understand everything through the forest and sea of bones outside. A single finger of that terrifying life form should be enough to crush them into a pulp. Hia! Night Spirit cried out softly, as if it wanted Su Zimo to hug it. Su Zimo's mind was in a mess as he carried Night Spirit by instinct. Stretching its neck, Night Spirit only relented its claws when it got closer to the gigantic egg. A tiny hole appeared on the surface of the egg, leaking out with a golden juice that was shining with a bedazzling, crystalline glow. Instantly, Night Spirit opened its mouth and sucked at the hole. Gulp! Gulp! Night Spirit swallowed heavily. It's eating? Su Zimo watched everything in disbelief with widened eyes. Instinctively, he wanted to yank Night Spirit away. However, on second thought, even if he were to carry Night Spirit away right now, they've already caused the trouble. It was clear that the egg was not going to survive. Furthermore, ever since Night Spirit was born, despite Su Zimo, Monkey, Spirit Tiger and Little Crane's immense efforts to prepare various sources of food for it, it was mostly disinterested. Night Spirit did not touch the flesh of wild beasts, ordinary spirit beasts, and spirit demons at all. It would only have a slight taste when it came to the flesh of ancient remnant beasts. During this period of time, Night Spirit's body had barely grown as well. It merely gained a little bit of weight with some coarseness to its skin where faint patterns had started to appear. It was rare to see Night Spirit so fond of this egg juice. It had an intoxicated expression as it devoured with a slight hint of greediness. Su Zimo's heart softened as he lamented to himself. Forget it. Let it have its fill then. The egg juice entered Night Spirit's stomach continuously and the eggshell became a little transparent. It was clear to tell the speed in which Night Spirit was devouring the egg juice. Under Su Zimo's gaze, Night Spirit consumed a full half of the egg juice before coming to a stop. The demon beast egg was as tall as a person. And how old was Night Spirit? If he had not witnessed it personally, Su Zimo would not have been able to imagine how Night Spirit could have taken in that much egg juice with its tiny little body. Night Spirit's belly was rotund and was almost like an airbag. A gentle shake could echo with the sound of water flowing within. It looked at the egg in front of it, still unsatisfied. Sticking out its tongue, its eye lit up and it licked its lips. Aren't you afraid of dying from overeating? Su Zimo shook his head and chided in laughter. However, It made sense. Such an opportunity might never happen again. It was no wonder why Night Spirit was so greedy. Since you're done eating, let's quickly retreat and see if we can escape. Su Zimo had a feeling that the shattering of that egg might have already alarmed the frightening existence in the primordial ruin. Here! Night Spirit called out. The moment it opened its mouth, it spat out a cluster of shiny and bedazzling rays. In that glow, there was an extremely rich and pure life essence. Su Zimo's body shuddered as his flesh was being nourished by that glow. He could sense the various magical changes that were happening within his body. Shutting its mouth, Night Spirit gestured and pointed to the demon beast egg in front of it. You want me to eat the rest? Su Zimo understood what Night Spirit meant and was shocked. It nodded immediately, indicating that the egg juice was the most delicious thing ever, and urged Su Zimo to consume it quickly. Su Zimo was a little hesitant. Night Spirit started gesturing once more, telling him that it could no longer eat anymore, and that it would be a waste to leave the remaining egg juice here. Gritting his teeth, Su Zimo's heart hardened. Since they were already in big trouble, what was he still worrying about? Placing Night Spirit into his robes, Su Zimo walked up and lifted the gigantic demon beast egg with both hands before gulping down in mouthfuls from that small little hole. The taste is a little strong, not entirely delicious. A thought flashed through Su Zimo's mind. The refreshing and smooth juice flowed down his throat into his stomach. Boom! In that instant, Su Zimo felt like his body was about to explode. The energy contained in that juice was much more than Su Zimo had imagined. The moment it entered his stomach, the energy burst out into streams of divine lights that ran wildly in Su Zimo's body, flowing through all limbs. It was nourishing his skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow, and 5 organs. At that moment, Su Zimo realized that the juice in that egg was a great tonic for him. It was even better than any demon beast inner cores or whatnot. If he could digest all the energy of that juice, he might even be able to attain greater mastery of the organ's refinement section. Opportunity. This was an unimaginable opportunity for him. Of course, the prerequisite was for him to be able to escape that place. Su Zimo swallowed heavily. He finally understood the feeling of why Night Spirit was still longing for it even after it finished eating. There was probably nothing in this world that could be purer than the energy of that juice. That power was way too strong. It barged wildly through Su Zimo's body, spilling with brilliant rays of light through his pores. A bedazzling light surrounded Su Zimo and shrouded all around. In that luminescence, he vaguely resembled a god. Su Zimo knew that the energy contained by that juice was extremely rare. With a deep breath, he quickly closed his pores shut to seal the essence chi within his body. However, the energy was way too massive and thick. It was difficult to contain everything in a short while given Su Zimo's physique. His eyes, nostrils, ears, and mouth began to emit rays of light, surging with vitality in a frightening manner. Under the rush of that power, a faint, green glint appeared in Su Zimo's eyes. Before long, the evil power that was hidden in Su Zimo's eyes was purged by the pure power of the egg juice. That evil power was none other than the one left behind in Su Zimo's body by the blood-robed youth's blood slave art. 2 green droplets of water trickled from the corner of Su Zimo's eyes down onto the ground, condensed without dissipating and emitting a ghastly light. Su Zimo was elated. He never expected that he would be able to get rid of the latent danger within his body after consuming the egg juice. This meant that as long as Su Zimo escaped from this place, his pursuers could no longer track him using any secret skills. Chapter 239 Unforeseen Situation. Chapter 239 Unforeseen Situation. Before long, Su Zimo drank all the juice from the demon beast egg. He did not wish to waste the essence energy in his body and immediately worked to close his pores, eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. The warm currents surged through his entire body, and it felt like exploding. Body tempering, tendons transformation, bones strengthening, marrow cleansing, organs refinement, the 5 sections of sutras reverberated in Su Zimo's mind. He tried his best to suppress that energy. After a short while, the energy was evidently calmer, and was no longer colliding rampantly within his body. Even then, Zhou did not dare to unlock his pores, eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. All of a sudden, Zhou's heart stirred. He could vaguely sense that someone was speeding towards his direction with their robes rustling loudly. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly turned back. After entering the cave, the gray-robed cultivator put away the Earth's spirit ruler. Even though the cave was massive, and did not seem like it was made by humans, the interior was not complex. He would definitely reach the deepest part of the cave if he walked along it. After a while, the gray-robed cultivator suddenly stopped in his tracks and frowned. Strange. Why does it feel like something is off? The gray-robed cultivator murmured before continuing forward, opening one of his palms and starting to divine by using his thumb to make contact with the other 4 fingers. Oh! A moment later, the gray-robed cultivator's expression changed starkly as he gasped. Unforeseen circumstances? How did this happen? He grit his teeth and hastened in speed, rushing towards the depth of the cave. Could someone have arrived before me and spoiled my plans? Who could it be? That's impossible. There were only 2 of us who managed to cross the primordial forest and sea of bones. Furthermore, I restrained that green-robed cultivator using my demon-suppressing rope, and there's no way he could have broken free from it. What went wrong? The gray-robed cultivator's mind was in a mess, as countless thoughts filled his mind. Turning around a corner, his vision cleared up. A gigantic egg entered his view. The gray-robed cultivator finally calmed down. Heaving a sigh of relief, he thought to himself, thank goodness, I'm not too late. The egg is still here. However, the gray-robed cultivator found himself worked up at the next moment. There was a green-robed cultivator beside that gigantic egg. The green-robed cultivator seemed to have heard his footsteps and turned around suddenly. That person's robes around the chest was undone, and there was a little dog head popping out from it. The man and beast were pursing their lips tightly with a strange expression, as if they were holding their breaths. It's you guys? The gray-robed cultivator was stunned for a moment, slightly dazed. He could not understand why the person that he had restrained at the foot of the mountain with the demon-suppressing rope had arrived before him. It's him? Zhou was also stunned for a moment. Instantly, Zhou realized that the goal of that gray-robed cultivator was the demon beast egg beside him. A little guilty, Zhou could not help but avert the gaze of the gray-robed cultivator. Because the gray-robed cultivator's mind was entirely focused on the demon beast egg, he did not notice Zhou's abnormality. He walked forth and said at the same time, Fellow Taoist, I'm not going to bother about how you managed to break free from the demon-suppressing rope. However, that egg is mine. But of course, given your cultivation, you're not going to be my match if you insist on fighting me for the egg. The gray-robed cultivator was filled with confidence as he glanced askew at Zhou. Zhou did not say anything. He did not even dare to breathe. Right now, as long as Zhou were to open his mouth and speak, beautiful lights would definitely burst forth from his mouth in a bedazzling manner. At that moment, the gray-robed cultivator had already arrived in front of the demon beast egg. He swept his gaze across the surface and frowned, muttering softly, Why is there a white spot that's glowing? The voice stopped abruptly. The gray-robed cultivator could no longer continue. He stared straight at that tiny hole on the demon beast egg. With a livid expression, the corners of his mouth twitched as if he was at the brink of collapse. Boo! Night's spirit was simply way too young and could not hold it in any more as it opened its mouth and shouted. A massive aura of essence appeared for a brief moment. Oh! Seemingly sensing something, the gray-robed cultivator spun around. Zhou saw that they could no longer hide it, and no longer held back, opening his mouth and exhaling deeply. Right after, brilliant light spilled from Zhou's mouth and nose, forming a dazzling atmosphere. Fuck dash! There was no way the gray-robed cultivator did not know what happened upon seeing that. Instantly, he was fuming and his mouth swelled from anger, nearly puking out blood. There was no way Zhou would dare to linger any longer, as he deployed Divine Steed Fleeting and sped out of the cave immediately. "Fuck, you're still trying to escape?" the gray-robed cultivator bellowed with reddened eyes. Waving his arm, the sleeves of his robes expanded as he circled around Su Zimo a couple of times before yanking the latter back. "Hey, what are you doing?" Su Zimo's voice was questioning despite his situation. Unexpectedly, the moment he opened his mouth, a ray of light sprayed on the gray-robed cultivator's face. "Fuck dash!" The gray-robed cultivator was trembling from anger as he grabbed Su Zimo's collar and said through gritted teeth, "You actually ate the egg! You fucking actually ate the egg! That's a waste of that treasure! Do you know what sort of a life form that egg contains, kid?" When he saw the frenzied appearance of the man, Su Zimo was afraid that he might lose his mind and replied honestly, "I don't know." "You ate it without knowing it?" The gray-robed cultivator let loose of Su Zimo and wailed as if his parents had passed away. "I went through so much hardship to come all the way here just for this egg. But you bloody ate it up. Damn it!" At that moment, the gray-robed cultivator even had suicidal thoughts. This Foundation establishment cultivator who had appeared out of nowhere had screwed him to death. If the old man were to know about this, he would probably be mocked to death. "Kid, just wait to die. To think that you would dare eat that egg, fufufu." Looking at Su Zimo, the gray-robed cultivator sneered. Su Zimo did not reply. The more the gray-robed cultivator thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. He moved forward and clenched his teeth. "How much of it did you eat? You're even spewing out light from your mouth. How did you manage to eat everything alone?" Burp! Right then, Night Spirit, who was initially hidden in Su Zimo's robes, popped its head out and burped. There were also a few shining rays of light that spewed from its nose and mouth. "Fuck dash!" The gray-robed cultivator rolled his eyes and felt dizzy, almost fainting. "Even that dog ate so much of it! Why you?" He pointed at Su Zimo's face and was so pissed that he was speechless. All of a sudden, the gray-robed cultivator seemed to have thought of something and ran to the egg hurriedly. He flipped the folding fan in his hand and smashed it into pieces. There was not much juice left in the egg. Only some were still stuck on the eggshells. "I don't care anymore. I'm going to try some too," the gray-robed cultivator muttered to himself, and could not be bothered any longer. Raising a piece of eggshell with both hands, he stuck out his tongue and licked it without any regard for his image. Chapter 240 Earth-Shattering. Chapter 240 Earth-Shattering. Under the guidance of the Blood Curse's power, the Blood Crow Palace's lord arrived at a cave in the middle of the Godly Mountain. This cave. Raising his head, he looked at the massive entrance, and a hint of fear and hesitation flashed through the depths of his eyes. Could that lad have really ran inside? Frowning, the palace lord's eyes flickered and he was momentarily at a loss. Given his identity, forcefully crossing the primordial forest and sea of bones might not anger the terrifying beings of this place. At most, he would just reveal his identity. However, stepping foot into this cave would definitely lead to fatal trouble. Right as the palace lord was hesitating, an extremely terrifying aura and a lethal killing intent suddenly came from behind the Godly Mountain. When he sensed that aura, the palace lord's expression froze. The depths of the cave. The gray-robed cultivator licked every single piece of eggshell thrice. The eggshells were so clean that they could reflect figures and could be used as mirrors. Su Zimo was dumbstruck. He lowered his head and looked at Night Spirit, thinking to himself, even if Night Spirit were to lick it, it probably wouldn't be able to lick this cleanly. This person's zodiac sign must be a dog. There was no way Su Zimo could have known that just the egg juice stuck on the shell alone was enough to have the gray-robed cultivator go crazy. The energy was extremely pure and rich without a single bit of impurities. If it was completely absorbed by the body, the changes to one's physique was obvious. Grinding his teeth, the gray-robed cultivator glared at Su Zimo and Night Spirit at the side begrudgingly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. That man and beast had eaten so much that their bodies could not take it in completely, such that they spewed out light the moment they opened their mouths. What a waste! It was one thing for someone else to eat the juice, but a dog? At the side, Suzumo frowned as the uneasiness in his heart intensified. He had long wanted to leave this place, but the gray-robed cultivator had no intention of letting him do so. Out of helplessness, Suzumo could only stand there and wait while watching the gray-robed cultivator lick the eggshells in a frenzied manner. Seeing that the gray-robed cultivator was about to lick them once more, Suzumo could not help but probe. "Fellow Taoist, why don't you bring those eggshells with you so that you can continue licking when you get back?" The gray-robed cultivator paused in his actions and his mouth cramped while fire burned in his eyes. "Eggshell? Why the fuck am I left with just the eggshells? It's all because of you and that black dog of yours." Before the gray-robed cultivator could get angry, Suzumo reminded him. "I truly did not know what the life form in that egg was, but what I know is that if we don't leave right now, we're definitely going to be dead." Pouting his lips, the gray-robed cultivator licked his lips, unsatisfied. He glanced askew at Suzumo with disdain, and waved off his hand casually. "Let's correct that statement. You're the one that's definitely going to be dead, not me." Suzumo frowned. Seemingly thought of something else, the gray-robed cultivator continued. "Right, I've got to correct that even further. Even if you were to escape now, it's too late. By eating that egg, you've already alarmed the life form in this place. Even if you can fly into the heavens or burrow into hell, you will still die. Don't forget you ate it too." Suzumo pointed to the eggshell in the hands of the gray-robed cultivator and sneered. "I don't believe that the life form here will spare your life." "Foo-foo." Chuckling, the gray-robed cultivator shook his head. "You don't have to worry about that. I naturally have my own means of leaving this place. You can just wait here for death obediently." When he heard that, Suzumo's mind went rampant even though he looked indifferent on the surface. Swoosh! Right then, an extremely terrifying aura descended and enveloped the surroundings of that entire godly mountain, surging in from outside the cave. Roar! 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 Right after, a loud and clear roar rolled from the sky behind the godly mountain. It was extremely fast and came close almost in an instant. Suzumo had lived in Sunglang mountain range for an entire year and had seen countless demon beasts. However, he had never heard a roar as such. It was reverberating and its magnitude swept through the 9 heavens in all directions. A boundless power and anger was contained within that roar. Bang! Boom! Boom! The entire godly mountain began to shake as cracks appeared in the cave, causing countless rocks to roll down into dust clouds. This was what Earth-Shattering truly meant. A mere roar could cause the godly mountain to crack apart, and even show signs of collapsing. Under the terrifying roar, Suzumo's body burst out with a bloody mist. His muscles and flesh were cracked with bloody lines in a frightening manner. Grunting, Suzumo's head was splitting and his face was pale. The power of the sound was way too terrifying. Suzumo's body was stronger than most golden cores. And now, under this roar, his body was actually showing signs of breaking apart. His tendons were snapped, and cracks appeared on his bones while his organs were dislocated from the shock. If this was before Suzumo cultivated the organs refinement section, he would have burst into a mist of blood without a corpse instantly against that roar. However, when Suzumo's body was seriously injured, the essence energy that was running rampant in his body gushed into his flesh, tendons, bones, and organs. Initially, Suzumo's body could not accommodate that much life essence. However, the injury indirectly sealed all the excess essence energies within Suzumo's flesh and blood. In the future, he would be able to absorb that energy slowly. Night Spirit's situation was not much better. Its body was stained with blood from the roar, and it was barely breathing. Despite that, Night Spirit did not show any signs of fear. If Suzumo were to pay attention at this moment, he would discover that Night Spirit's gaze was extremely terrifying right now, pitch black and deep. It was emanating a cold, killing intent. At the same time, a hazy mist appeared around the surroundings of the gray-robed cultivator. There was an ancient aura to the mist, as if they had returned to the beginning of the universe where chaos had yet to develop. Enveloped by it, the gray-robed cultivator was the only god within. Golden core phenomenon! While Su Zimo was not a golden core, he could determine the origin of the haze right away by sensing its aura. He had witnessed 2 golden core phenomenons before. The first was Spirit Peak's master, when Xian's ethereal sword rang. The second was the bone-corroding black wind from a golden core of the mysterious faction. This haze phenomenon was the third that Su Zimo had seen. Sensing the energy feedback coming from the gray-robed cultivator's golden core phenomenon, Su Zimo could tell that it was much stronger than the 2 he had seen before. In fact, he had a feeling that even the first 2 golden core phenomenons combined might not be a match for the gray-robed cultivator's golden core phenomenon. The gap between them was obvious. So, this person is a golden core. A thought crossed Su Zimo's mind. The early-stage Foundation establishment that was displayed when making use of the spirit-peering art to check out the gray-robed cultivator's realm was not accurate at all. Under the roar of that powerful life form, the gray-robed cultivator frowned and was forced to release his golden core phenomenon as a defensive measure. Chapter 241 Taking the Blame. Chapter 241 Taking the Blame. The roar did not last long before it disappeared. However, an even more terrifying pressure enveloped the surroundings of the godly mountain. Boom! There was a deafening sound. It was as though a huge life form had descended at the top of the mountain, causing it to tremble with the risk of collapsing at any moment. Any thoughts of escaping by now would simply be a fool's dream. Su Zimo looked at the gray-robed cultivator. He believed that even if the latter was a golden core, he would not be able to escape. Unhurriedly, the gray-robed cultivator pulled out a dark rag from his storage bag. His entire figure flickered as he walked to a corner and covered himself with the rag. Right in front of Su Zimo's eyes, the gray-robed cultivator's figure disappeared entirely along with his aura, as though he was one with the wall. There was no trace left at all. If he had not seen it personally, Su Zimo would not have believed it. It was as if the gray-robed cultivator had disappeared into thin air. However, Su Zimo knew that the gray-robed cultivator was still there hiding in the corner. While the rag may have looked inconspicuous, it could hide its tracks and even conceal its aura such that one couldn't be discovered. That was what the gray-robed cultivator relied on. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo was the only one left in the cave. He was all alone with eggshells that were licked cleanly scattered all over the floor. Anyone who saw this would instantly guess the truth. Su Zimo did not have much time to think. The powerful life form on top of the godly mountain could descend at any moment. With a swift motion, Su Zimo headed to the corner where the gray-robed cultivator was hiding and stood by the side expressionlessly. The well-hidden gray-robed cultivator was initially waiting to see Su Zimo make a fool out of himself, but when he saw this, he was shocked. Even though the treasure he had could hide his body and conceal his aura, it was unable to withstand the impact of any attacks. If the life form outside were to see everything within the cave, it would definitely lose its mind and be enraged. By then, if the life form were to launch an apocalyptic attack in Su Zimo's direction, he would definitely be implicated as well. Instantly, the gray-robed cultivator understood Su Zimo's intentions. Fuck, what a schemer! The gray-robed cultivator cursed internally. Even if he attacked Su Zimo, it was already too late, and he would expose himself. The gray-robed cultivator wanted nothing more than to send Su Zimo flying with a kick. However, he had no choice but to spread the rag and pull Su Zimo under it as well. Instantly, the figures and aura of both men disappeared. Right after he did that, the godly mountain was met with a tremendous force that sent the peak of the mountain flying, exposing the cave entirely. When the Blood Crow Palace's lord sensed the arrival of the terrifying aura, he realized that it was already too late to leave. Doing so would only cause misunderstandings. Fortunately, he had not entered the cave, and would not have offended the life forms here. Furthermore, according to the Blood Curse's guidance, Zhou Zimo was hidden in this cave. Once the life form of this primordial ruin arrived, that lad would have nowhere to run from the cave and would die for sure. If everything went well, he would reveal his identity, and the other party shouldn't make things difficult for him. He could then leave this place safely despite the dangerous journey it was. Roar! 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 As the palace lord expected, a series of powerful roars could be heard right after the arrival of the terrifying aura. The deafening howls shot into the clouds and cracked all the rocks around. A few seconds after, the primordial life form descended on the godly mountain. Although he was mentally prepared, the pupils of the palace lord could not help but constrict, while his heart palpitated upon seeing the primordial life form with his very eyes. The primordial life form had yet to reveal its full appearance. However, merely half of its body that circled the godly mountain was more than enough to envelop it almost completely. The massive body circled around the godly mountain, hundreds of meters long and covered with green scales that shone with a cold gleam. Clang! Clang! Beneath that body, a pair of gigantic claws popped out. Their joints protruded and they were extremely sharp, almost piercing through the entire godly mountain when they dug into it. The primordial life form's horns were towering as he looked down with eyes that emitted a cold light filled with killing intent. There was a beard on the chin of the primordial life form. When it opened its huge mouth, terrifyingly sharp teeth were revealed as thick saliva drooled from the side of the mouth of that ferocious face. Dragon? This was a true dragon. The palace lord had read about the form of a dragon in the ancient records of the clan. But now that he was seeing it in real life, he was still extremely shocked. The descriptions in the ancient records were less than 1% of what it actually was. At best, the ancient records could only describe the appearance. However, the unique aura and dominance of a dragon was something that could not be penned down. If Zhou Zimo could see this divine dragon right now, he would definitely recall something. Before entering the primordial ruin, the gray-robed cultivator had once said, "I've seen a true dragon before. Even though it was just a scale and half a claw, it was shocking enough. That single scale was bigger than our entire bodies and that claw was longer and sharper than our flying swords." No one took those words for real. However, looking at it now, the divine dragon's appearance was even superior to what the gray-robed cultivator had described. Without using much strength, the divine dragon sent half of the godly mountain flying, exposing everything within the cave instantly. The palace lord took a single look and blood drained from his face immediately. Nobody! The depths of the cave was in a huge mess with a gigantic dragon egg that was smashed into pieces. The liquid within disappeared and even the eggshells were licked cleanly. But there was nobody at all. To be precise, there was only a single person, him. A dragon egg was eaten by someone. Other than the divine dragon who had just arrived, the only person left in the scene was him. There was no way of explaining himself. The palace lord was a little stunned. This was completely different from what he had imagined. When the divine dragon caught sight of the eggshells on the floor, an endless fury and wrath surged in its eyes, almost spewing out with fire. Instantly, the palace lord felt a chilling killing intent gushing towards him. "And no, it's not me!" The palace lord was completely flustered. As someone at Void Reversion Realm with the title of Tao Being, there was almost no one in the great Zhou dynasty who could be a match for him. Even so, against an adult dragon, the odds were completely stacked against him. The gray-robed cultivator hidden in a corner was a little stunned as well. How was there someone else as well? That person is quite skillful. He must be a professional at taking the blame. To think that he would rush over at a time like this with such an accurate timing. The gray-robed cultivator lamented internally. The two of them hid in the corner motionlessly, not even daring to lift the rag to check out the situation outside. However, when he heard the commotion outside, Zhou Zimo could roughly guess what was going on. The person who spoke earlier was probably the pursuer hunting him down. Zhou Zimo truly wanted to lift the rag up and check out that person's appearance. He was also curious about what the primordial life form that had appeared was. But he remained rational and endured it. At a time as such, any slight movement could expose the both of them. Chapter 242 Dragon Race. Chapter 242 Dragon Race. Swoosh! The divine dragon let out a breath in the direction of the Blood Crow Palace's lord, and a faint green mist spewed out from its mouth. The surrounding air instantly burned. As the green mist streaked through the void, the surrounding space went into a state of chaos while light distorted. Dragon flame! The palace lord's expression changed starkly as he exclaimed. Dragon flame was an innate ability unique to the dragon race. After every dragon was born, they would naturally be able to master this ability after growing to a certain state. Furthermore, the older they grew, the deeper their cultivations would become. In turn, the might of dragon flame would grow as well, even till the point of being able to incinerate the heavens and seas. That was the divine power of the legends. While the dragon flame in front of him was far from the level of being a divine power, it was far beyond what the palace lord could withstand as well. Slapping on his storage bag, the palace lord took out a talisman and crushed it on the spot. Right after, he whipped out a blood-colored bone staff. At the very top, there was a skull that emitted an eerie aura embedded on it. Blood pattern curse! The palace lord waved his bone staff, and two beams of bloody light shot out from the sockets of the skull. As if alive, the skull suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a green beam of light. The blood and green lights fused together to form a drop of blood. Instantly, the blood exploded and formed a series of ripples in the air that flew towards the dragon flame. Poof! 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 The two completely different forces clashed, collided, corroded and fought in midair, letting out a series of sounds as three different colored lights spewed in all directions in an extremely dazzling manner. While Su Zimo and the gray-robed cultivator who were hidden in a corner could not see what was going on, they could sense the terrifying fluctuations of that energy. Not to mention Su Zimo, even the golden core gray-robed cultivator would lose his life on the spot if he was struck by the feedback of the fight between those two powerful beings. Both Su Zimo and the gray-robed cultivator looked terrible as they held their breaths, not daring to make a single sound. The power of the dragon flame was clearly superior to the blood pattern curse. The two energies were locked in a stalemate for a moment before the dragon flame burned the series of blood patterns into a crisp and descended before the palace lord. Having crushed the protection talisman earlier on, the palace lord was surrounded by a defensive barrier. Crack! 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 This was the most advanced protection talisman amongst grade 5 talismans. However, it was still incapable of withstanding the corrosion of the dragon flame as cracks appeared before long. It was about to disperse at any moment. Naturally, the dragon flame's might was also reduced after being mowed down by the defense of the blood pattern curse and the grade 5 talisman. Dissipate! The palace lord waved his blood-colored bone staff once more, his eyes flashing a faint green as he hollered. Bang! Finally, the dragon flame dissipated into the air after 3 consecutive strikes from the palace lord. At this moment, the divine dragon swayed in the air with its massive body completely expanded and exposed in front of the palace lord, radiating with an aura that could make one tremble. The appearance of a divine dragon caused the weather to change. By resisting, the palace lord made the divine dragon even more furious. Fellow Taoist of the dragon race, we're both from the 9 races. I barged into this treasure ground by accident, please show mercy. The palace lord yelled immediately with a pale face. In the corner, Su Zimo was shocked when he heard that. Dragon race? Could the primordial life form outside actually be from the dragon race? Did dragons really exist in this world? At that moment, an impulse surged in Su Zimo's heart. He wanted to tear off the rag to see the appearance of one from the dragon race. However, Su Zimo endured it still. Back when he was studying in Pingyang Town, he had already heard many legends about dragons. Vague and without basis, those legends were merely folk tales that spread among the mortal realm. Su Zimo had never taken them seriously before. In fact, before he encountered perfected being Tsang Lang, he did not believe that immortals existed as well. Later on, Zhou Zimo stepped on the path of cultivation and joined Ethereal Peak. In Ethereal Peak, Zhou Zimo read through some ancient books. None of them had any records about dragons. Even if there were, they were extremely short and vague. By reading many ancient books, one could piece together some limited information. Dragons were terrifying existences of the Primordial era. They were not part of the demon race and were a unique race of their own, known as the dragon race. Legend has it that the dragon race was extremely strong, and they were incomparably glorious in the Primordial era, reigning through the ancient times. However, for some unknown reason, the dragon race disappeared from the sands of time and became extinct, turning into mere legends. Zhou Zimo bore a sense of doubt towards those records. From his point of view, since the dragon race possessed such a majestic history, there would definitely be some traces of them left in Tianhuang mainland. Before this, Zhou Zimo had never seen anything about it before. Instantly, an image of the massive skeleton that nearly penetrated the entire sea of bones appeared in Zhou Zimo's mind. Could that have been a dragon's corpse? The thought of that possibility gave Zhou Zimo a shock. Frowning, he recalled what was said earlier on, and a thought flashed through his mind. 9 races? What is that? On the other end, a glint flickered through the gray-robed cultivator's eyes momentarily upon hearing that. He's someone of the 9 races? Blood pattern curse. Could it be? The gray-robed cultivator's eyes flashed as he guessed the identity of the palace lord. So what if you're someone of the 9 races? Notwithstanding the fact that your bloodline is impure, making you a bastard child, even if you were pure-blooded, coming here to eat a descendant of the dragon race is just asking to die. Within the void, a deep and powerful voice boomed out. Every single word that came out was like a clap of thunder that shook one's mind. Swoosh! The divine dragon swayed its tail. Filled with green scales, the dragon's tail that was thick like a divine whip slammed down at the palace lord with a destructive force. Ah! The palace lord's expression changed starkly as he exclaimed. Before the dragon's tail even arrived, a suffocating aura of death had already approached. The palace lord bit his tongue gently, and spat out a drop of blood essence. After spitting out the blood essence, the palace lord seemed to have weakened massively as his eyes dimmed in a dispirited manner. By sacrificing that essence blood, he would have to take more than 10 years of recuperation to recover, even if he could survive that dragon's tail. Go! The palace lord chanted a chain of obscure incantations and waved his blood-colored bone staff, pointing it forward. The blood light transformed into a gigantic skeleton which gnawed towards the dragon's tail. At the same time, the palace lord took out a handful of talismans from his storage bag and crushed them all. His eyes revealed a pained expression. He had gathered those talismans through the course of many years, but he did not expect that they would all be used up in this one round. He was painfully aggrieved for this battle. He was originally chasing a mere Foundation establishment cultivator that was bound to be killed. But for some reason, he was the one being put in a passive position for the entire situation, as if someone was leading him by the nose. After a round of torture, he arrived at this place by some freak accident and took on the blame of being targeted by a divine dragon without even seeing anyone at all. Chapter 243 Minor Transference Talisman. Chapter 243 Minor Transference Talisman. Bang! The dragon's tail collided heavily with the head of the skeleton and let out an earth-shattering sound in the air. Almost instantly, the skull was crushed into powder and dispersed in the surroundings. Swoosh! The dragon tail's momentum did not stop and whipped the Blood Crow Palace's lord's body viciously. Bang! 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 Even the stacked talismans were unable to withstand the ferocity of the divine dragon's tail. The palace lord's glabella lit up as a tyrannical spirit consciousness surged forth, resisting it with all its might. Bang! Like a kite that was snapped, the palace lord was sent flying from half of the mountain and landed heavily on the ground, creating a massive dust cloud. He coughed out a mouthful of blood as color drained from his face. His eyes dimmed as his bones were all broken, even his organs were shattered. If not for his final attempt to fight back, that tail would have whipped him into a mist of blood. The difference was too great. They were on completely different levels. It's really not me. I've only just arrived and didn't even enter. Enduring the massive pain, the palace lord gasped with a trembling voice. Who else could it be if it wasn't you? The divine dragon hovered in midair and looked down at the palace lord as it questioned him loudly. Its eyes were filled with a frosty killing intent. The palace lord took a deep breath and said, Fellow Taoist of the dragon race, please listen to me. The reason why I came here was because I was trying to kill someone. Your descendant must have been eaten by that person. He's the true murderer. I believe that he is still around here. He must have used some kind of trick to conceal himself and must not have gone far. Upon hearing that, Su Zimo and the gray-robed cultivator who were hiding in the corner felt their hearts clench. They were so scared that they did not even dare to take deep breaths. The gray-robed cultivator lamented internally. While it was true that his rag had the ability to deceive one's vision, it was also based on the circumstances. Be it whether the dragon's egg was stolen or eaten, the divine dragon would definitely be heavily affected by that blow. In that troubled state, it would go crazy and lose its mind, rushing out to hunt for the murderer immediately. With the rag to conceal their bodies and hide their auras, it would be easy to escape at that moment. Furthermore, the divine dragon would not have expected that instead of leaving right away, they would be hiding within the cave. That was the psychological blind spot. However, the gray-robed cultivator did not expect that this palace lord would appear out of nowhere in the chaos. Hunting Su Zimo to this place, he deduced that Su Zimo was in the cave with the guidance of the blood curse's power. That was the reason why the palace lord said what he said. If the dragon turned around and searched the cave, the gray-robed cultivator's rag turned into a complete ornament. The rag could hide them from the detection of golden cores or even nascent souls with extreme ease. However, it was a fool's dream to think that it could hide them from the detection of an adult dragon. Right after the palace lord said that, silence descended outside. The atmosphere turned extremely strange. The world seemed to have stopped. A look of determination flashed through the gray-robed cultivator's eyes as he reached for his storage bag while putting away the rag at the same time. At this moment, if they continued hiding, it would just be deceiving themselves. A talisman appeared in the palms of the gray-robed cultivator. Minor Transference Talisman. This was a type of talisman in the ancient era which had been lost through the times. Even in the ancient era, the Minor Transference Talisman was famous and was extremely rare. Crushing a Minor Transference Talisman could bring someone away from their current location instantly, teleporting them thousands of kilometers away. While the end point was uncertain, an ability like that was enough to move every cultivator. After all, it meant that any cultivators in possession of the Minor Transference Talisman could instantly escape from danger and ensure that they would not die. The value of a Minor Transference Talisman was self-evident. Using one meant that there was one less available. In the current cultivation world, the Minor Transference Talisman was something considered to be priceless. No amount of spirit stones could buy one. To be fair, the gray-robed cultivator had not expected to make use of the Minor Transference Talisman in his original plans. However, given the pressing circumstances, he was going to die if he did not use it. The moment the gray-robed cultivator pulled away the rag, two men appeared, standing in the deepest corner of the cave. The palace lord blinked his green eyes. This was the first time he caught sight of Su Zimo. As for Su Zimo, this was also the first time he saw his pursuer. Even though it was a short moment, the two of them memorized each other immediately. The next moment, Su Zimo caught sight of the primordial life form spiraled in the skies. Psst! His heart skipped a beat as his pupils constricted right away, gasping for a breath of cold air. It was too shocking. If he had not seen it himself, Su Zimo would not have been able to imagine that a life form could grow to such an extent while radiating such a terrifying and intimidating presence. In front of this primordial life form, Su Zimo actually felt a sense of insignificance and an urge to prostrate himself in worship. It was as if the other party was incomparably noble and supreme. The thought gushed into his mind, as though it was deeply embedded in the foundation of his bloodline. Su Zimo frowned. This feeling made him feel extremely disgusted. Unless he was willing, Su Zimo would not bow down or kneel to anyone. He narrowed his eyes with a burning gaze. Against the might of the divine dragon, he puffed up his chest instead while a trace of sharp killing intent was revealed in his eyes. The moment that humble feeling emerged, Su Zimo crushed it into nothingness. While the change that happened in Su Zimo was extremely short, almost instantaneous, the gray-robed cultivator sensed it. He looked at Su Zimo deeply. This was the first time he felt that this green-robed cultivator was not simple. He was the only one who knew clearly how difficult it would be to break free from the authoritative might and aura of someone from the dragon race. Not only did it require an indestructible willpower, it also required a confidence that bordered towards arrogance, and a type of dominance that would have one look down upon the entire world and fear nothing. There might be cultivators out there who could fulfill some of those requirements. However, there were only a few who could meet all three. Su Zimo in front of him was one of them. If Su Zimo had already given the gray-robed cultivator a newfound respect, the black and unassuming little dog in Su Zimo's robes was even more incredible. How is that possible? The gray-robed cultivator's eyes were filled with disbelief. Against the divine dragon that was spiraling in the skies with a holy light shimmering around it, and menacing horns on its head, there was no trace of fear to be found in Night Spirit's eyes. Most of its body was hidden in Su Zimo's embrace, revealing only a pair of pitch-black eyes. With a calm expression, it glared at the divine dragon in the skies coldly. Night Spirit's gaze was a little strange, such that the gray-robed cultivator could not put it to words. However, he would always remember that gaze. Many years later, when the gray-robed cultivator finally found out about Night Spirit's origin, he would be enlightened upon recalling this gaze. Chapter 244 Escape. Chapter 244 Escape. Towards Su Zimo, the gray-robed cultivator bore extreme resentment the entire time. If not for this person, he would have long escaped unscathed after stealing the dragon's egg. In the future, he would have nurtured a divine dragon. How glorious would that be? But now, not only was the dragon's egg gone, even the most precious and rarest treasure in his possession, the minor transference talisman, was taken out. This is a huge loss. The gray-robed cultivator cursed internally. After crushing the minor transference talisman, his first instinct was to send Su Zimo flying with a kick. He was vengeful. Why else would he have landed in such a sorry state if not for that green-robed cultivator? However, when he sensed the change in Su Zimo alongside Night Spirit's gaze, the gray-robed cultivator changed his mind at the last minute. He decided to take the green-robed cultivator and that black dog along with him. That's a minor transference talisman? The Blood Crow Palace's lord's gaze narrowed as he instantly recognized that talisman. The minor transference talisman was crushed. An extremely strange energy fluctuation burst forth from the gray-robed cultivator's palm. A sudden violent tremble broke out in the space. Right after, a humongous vortex appeared behind the gray-robed cultivator. Its core was dark and bottomless like a black hole. An extremely powerful suction force worked itself on the gray-robed cultivator. Before he was dragged into the black hole, the gray-robed cultivator reached out and grabbed Su Zimo's arm, yanking the latter along. The entire process seemed very slow upon narration, but in fact, it occurred in the split of a moment. Swoosh! The two figures were swallowed whole by the black hole and disappeared. Almost instantly, the divine dragon that was still in the skies transformed into a massive beam of green light and descended upon the middle of the mountain, causing the godly mountain to crack and collapse on the spot. Even though the divine dragon's speed was fast enough, it was still a step slower. Roar! Enraged, it opened its blood-red mouth and saliva dripped down, howling with an earth-shattering dragon's roar that reverberated through the world. Around the head of the divine dragon, the sound seemed to be corporeal and formed ripples that spread in all directions, sweeping through the entire primordial ruins such that the countless corpses in the sea of bones were sent jumping. Countless white-boned beasts were awakened, seemingly summoned. Even the skeleton of a dragon that permeated through the entire sea of bones was vibrating as if it wanted to soar into the heavens. The moment the dragon's roar ended, a faint dragon's roar could be heard from a valley made up of a mountain range behind the godly mountain. The dragon's roar from the valley was neither loud nor clear, but it carried the weight of time. It was dignified and majestic. Ugh! The palace lord grunted in pain, looking even more terrible. The dragon roar from the valley seemed insignificant, but it almost shattered his essence spirit. The white-boned beasts that were formed in the sea of bones collapsed into many bones and fell to the ground once more. Intersecting in the air, the two dragon roars seemed to be communicating something. The divine dragon in the air above was extremely furious, howling in a frenzied manner. However, the dragon roar from the valley seemed to be trying to stop it. The argument between both parties grew more intense and could not sustain any longer. Finally, the divine dragon let out a final roar and turned into a green beam of light, disappearing from the skies above the godly mountain as it sped towards the outside of the sea of bones. There were many cultivators pacing around the perimeter of the primordial forest still. These were extremely cautious cultivators who did not dare to step foot into the primordial forest casually. However, they were indignant about leaving just like that as well. Not long later, a loud roar burst forth from the direction of the primordial ruin. Some of the cultivators frowned. Vaguely sensing that something was amiss, fear flickered in their eyes as they turned and left. But for most of the cultivators, they were excited as they discussed fervently. Flying into the skies, they kept looking towards the ruin. That voice is so strange. I wonder what sort of beast that is. By the sounds of it, that beast is not weak. It might be a beast from the primordial era that's already extinct in Tianhuang mainland. If that beast dares to show itself, I'll definitely take it down personally and force it into a blood oath with me. Before long, a towering divine dragon with a head of horns crossed the sea of bones, the primordial forest, and arrived in the air with an imposing aura. Looking down at the vast land, it emitted a terrifying pressure with a murderous look in its eyes. Everyone was aghast. The cultivators that were in midair felt their limbs go cold and limp as they fell to the ground one after another. Thud! Thud! The cultivators that were standing all knelt down. Under the boundless might of the dragon, the thousands of cultivators trembled with pale faces in silence. The cultivator who said that he was going to take down the beast was already scared out of his wits, peeing and shitting on the spot. Kneeling on the ground, he cowed out profusely. Roar! The divine dragon roared into the sky. Poof! 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 Outside the primordial forest, thousands of cultivators exploded, turning into a bloody mist of flesh and sludge as they died on the spot. The cultivators who left earlier were shocked when they saw the scene from afar. It was too tragic. Several thousand cultivators, including golden cores, could not even withstand the howl of a divine dragon. In the blink of an eye, the area outside the primordial forest turned into an azure hell with corpses strewn all over and rivers of blood. The divine dragon hated those cultivators to the core. To it, those people were no different from the two who had escaped. After taking a closer look, the divine dragon soared into the skies and flew above the 9 heavens with a murderous killing intent. Speeding into the distance, it disappeared into the skies above the primordial ruin before long. It was only until then that the palace lord let out a heave of relief. He had survived? Lying on the ground, everything felt surreal and the palace lord had a dazed expression. Fortunately, the divine dragon chose to leave in the end. Otherwise, he was dead for sure. Standing up with much difficulty, the palace lord clutched his blood-colored bone staff and trawled his immensely injured body to cross the sea of bones, arriving before the primordial forest once more. Master! The Blood Crow King had been waiting for a long time. When he saw the terrible state the palace lord was in, his expression changed as he hurriedly rushed up to support the latter. What's going on? How did this happen? The Blood Crow King was a little lost. Gritting his teeth, the palace lord clenched his teeth, revealing an endless amount of hatred in his eyes as he trembled in rage. At this moment, he was finally regaining his senses. Right from the beginning, this chase was already part of Su Zimo's trap. Not only did he fail to kill that lad personally, he nearly died. It was a complete failure. The injuries on his body were immense, and he would require several decades of recuperation to recover. Su Zimo, fufufu, you must live well. Don't let anything happen to you. The moment I reappear, that will be the time for you to die. The palace lord's expression was grim as he let out a series of laughter with a vicious gaze. The Blood Crow King stood at the side, not daring to say anything. A long while later, the palace lord took a deep breath of air and said in a low voice, "Let's go! Back to Black Crow Mountain! Master, it's going to be hard for us to cross this primordial forest given your serious injuries. Call all of your clansmen here. Even if those blood crows have to die here, they have to make a path for me to get out." After a moment of silence, the Blood Crow King nodded. Understood. Chapter 245 Targeting Night Spirit. Chapter 245 Targeting Night Spirit. In the void thousands of kilometers away from the primordial ruin, a gigantic black hole appeared and two figures tumbled out of it, landing heavily onto the ground with a massive dust cloud. Su Zimo's body was strong, and he felt nothing much. Ouch! On the other hand, the gray-robed cultivator was crying out in pain. While he was a golden core, his physique was not as strong as Su Zimo's. The fall had him baring his teeth and hissing in pain. Looking around, Su Zimo realized that they had left the primordial ruin and arrived at a completely foreign place. Minor Transference Talisman. His eyes shimmered as he murmured. He knew nothing about talismans, and that was the first time he had heard of that talisman as well. However, the ability of the Minor Transference Talisman was an eye-opener for Su Zimo. Space teleportation. In Tianhuang mainland, most cultivators who wanted to teleport had to set up teleportation formations in advance. The higher the level of the teleportation formation, the further they could be teleported. Su Zimo had never expected that a seemingly simple talisman could actually activate the effect of space teleportation. To be fair, given those circumstances, it would be impossible for him and the gray-robed cultivator to escape if not for the Minor Transference Talisman. His mind flashed as he recalled that shocking final glimpse he had before leaving the primordial ruin. That massively slender body that was covered in scales as though it was flowing with water of steel. Its head was hideous, and it had sharp claws, letting out an explosive power of might from head to toe. That loud and clear roar that could pierce gold and crack rocks could only be perfectly described as a dragon's roar. Was that really a dragon? Looking at the gray-robed cultivator, Su Zimo could not help but ask. The many things that Su Zimo experienced today had completely exceeded his understanding of the world, the cultivation world and Tianhuang mainland. Until now, Su Zimo could not believe that an actual living, breathing dragon had appeared before him. Furthermore, he was nearly killed by that dragon. When he heard Su Zimo's question, the gray-robed cultivator rolled his eyes and scoffed coldly. What else do you think? It was really a dragon. In the distant primordial era, there was an incomparably strong race known as the dragon race. Right after, Su Zimo thought of something. Since that green life form was a dragon, that meant that the gigantic egg inside the cave was a dragon's egg. I actually ate a dragon. Su Zimo was shocked. Or rather, to be accurate, it was half a dragon. Night Spirit ate the other half. The gray-robed cultivator who was still seated on the ground got more frustrated the more he thought about it. When he heard Su Zimo mumbling to himself at the side, he was even more furious, and could not help but stand up. Advancing forward, he glared at Su Zimo and gritted his teeth. You also know that you ate a dragon? Of all things, why did you have to eat a dragon's egg? If you didn't eat that egg, it'll definitely give birth to a divine dragon in the future after I steal it. And now? I got nothing at all. Before Su Zimo could react, Night Spirit, who was hiding in his robes, suddenly extended its sharp claws with a cold gaze. It was as if it would attack without hesitation if the gray-robed cultivator had any strange movements. The moment Night Spirit extended its claws, the gray-robed cultivator felt a cold air blow past his back. Sensing something, he lowered his head and glared at Night Spirit, hollering, "Why? You want to bite me, black dog? You arrogant little, eh?" Looking at Night Spirit's claws, the gray-robed cultivator narrowed his gaze and remarked softly. The thickness of Night Spirit's claw was almost identical to the hole on the dragon's egg. "Oh!" Realization dawned on the gray-robed cultivator as he said, "That whole mess, this black dog was actually the one that started it." Seeing the crazy manner of the gray-robed cultivator, Night Spirit did not sense any hostility from him and was no longer bothered. It half-closed its eyes and sprawled on Su Zimo's chest again. The gray-robed cultivator sized Night Spirit up and pondered deeply. Initially, he thought that Night Spirit was nothing but a mere dog. He even mocked Su Zimo for raising a dog as a spirit beast. However, from the looks of it, Night Spirit was not so simple. A mere dog aside, even ancient remnant beasts or pure-blooded ferocious beasts might hesitate to eat if a dragon's egg was placed in front of them. However, no matter how the gray-robed cultivator thought about it, he could not find any demon beasts that could match with Night Spirit. Rubbing his chin, the gray-robed cultivator rolled his eyes as a thought slowly arose in his mind. Right then, Su Zimo asked at the side, "I'm Su Zimo of Ethereal Peak. Fellow Taoist, may I know your name?" "Lin Xuanji." The gray-robed cultivator's attention was mostly on Night Spirit as he replied without much thought. Nodding his head, Su Zimo cupped his fist solemnly. "Thank you for saving me this time. If I have a chance, I'll definitely repay you in the future." "There's no need for a future. You can do it now." Lin Xuanji let out a smile and pointed to Night Spirit in Su Zimo's embrace. "Taoist, we'll consider your debt repaid if you give me that dog. How about it?" Even though Lin Xuanji could not tell Night Spirit's background, he could tell that it had a great potential. Even if it was truly a dog, it could definitely transform into a ferocious and terrifying spirit beast after eating half a dragon's egg. Lin Xuanji could vaguely sense that if he could take Night Spirit away, it would definitely make up for his loss this time. "Night Spirit?" Su Zimo froze for a moment. He had not expected that Lin Xuanji would target Night Spirit. Chuckling, Su Zimo replied, "It's not a problem for me to agree. However, Night Spirit will definitely not leave with you." "Hee hee." Lin Xuanji let out a strange chuckle and asked, "So, you're agreeable to that? If you are, then we are even and no one owes anyone anything. How about that?" "Sure." Su Zimo nodded, smiling internally. He knew Night Spirit's temperament best. The gray-robed cultivator would definitely be at a loss for wanting to target Night Spirit. "Great!" Lin Xuanji patted Su Zimo on the shoulder. "As long as you're agreeable, leave the rest to me. I'll show you my capabilities too." Su Zimo smiled without replying. Coming before Night Spirit, Lin Xuanji asked with a smile, "Little black dog, come with me?" Night Spirit ignored him and closed its eyes, seemingly asleep. Lin Xuanji lifted the folding fan in his hands and tapped towards Night Spirit's head, chiding softly, "This little fellow is quite good at pretending." Just as the folding fan was about to land on Night Spirit's head, it suddenly woke up. It raised its head and bit Lin Xuanji's folding fan, letting out a threatening growl from its throat. "Hey!" Lin Xuanji panicked and withdrew his folding fan hurriedly. However, Night Spirit bit on tightly and refused to relent. "Don't!" Lin Xuanji waved the folding fan in his hands so frantically that his arm was almost dislocated. Only then did he manage to throw Night Spirit off. Su Zimo swept his gaze over Lin Xuanji's folding fan with a calm expression. That folding fan was a treasure. Night Spirit's bite was strong enough to snap even the demon-suppressing rope. However, the folding fan was not even scratched at all. Chapter 246 Concealing the Heavenly Secrets. Chapter 246 concealing the heavenly secrets. Mad dog! Lin Xuanji almost broke out in cold sweat. This little thing did not look very big, and seemed like it was just born recently. However, it was quite strong and nearly pulled the folding fan away from his hand. The folding fan in Lin Xuanji's hand was quite powerful. It was a symbol of his lineage. If he really lost the fan, he would probably lose his life. Furthermore, he could not afford to lose it. The more Lin Xuanji thought about it, the more afraid he got. If Night Spirit had really snatched his folding fan away, how would he tell the old man upon returning that his folding fan was lost and taken away by a dog? The old man would definitely whip him to death. At that thought, Lin Xuanji glared at Night Spirit angrily. Naturally, Night Spirit was unabashed and glared back as well. The man and beast glared at one another. After a while, Lin Xuanji gave up and revealed a friendly smile. Mad dog! Ahem, Night Spirit! What do you think this is? With that said, Lin Xuanji took out a small bottle from his storage bag and removed the bottle stopper. Instantly, a strong herbal fragrance wafted out. There was even a faint smell of blood mixed with the herbal fragrance. Blood-flesh elixir. The blood-flesh elixir was refined using the blood and flesh essence of demon beasts. Coupled with many other herbs in an arduous process, the final product was a favorite of many demon beasts. The grade of blood-flesh elixir required depended on the level of demon beast one was trying to suppress. The blood-flesh elixir before them was of quite a high level. It could be a grade 2 or even 3 elixir. Even though Su Zimo had dabbled in elixir refinement, in all fairness, he could only refine grade 1 elixirs. Furthermore, ever since the Five Peaks face-off, he had no intention of spending any more effort and time on elixir refinement. He had to give it up. As the grade of elixirs increased, the demands of the elixir refinement techniques would be higher, and the recipes would get more complex as well. Su Zimo was not a god and did not have that much time and energy. The path he wanted to take was one fraught with difficulties. On the basis of both immortality and demonic cultivation, he could only choose between weapon or elixir refinement, and Su Zimo chose the former. If it was Spirit Tiger or Little Crane, both would have lunged for this blood-flesh elixir in a frenzied manner the moment they saw it. No matter the consequences, they would just eat it first. However, Night Spirit was extremely calm. It eyed the blood-flesh elixir in disdain and pouted its lips. Fuck! Lin Xuanji was provoked. He could sense his pride being insulted and trampled on by that gaze. I'm actually being despised by a dog. Lin Xuanji was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and his eyes were red. Su Zimo smiled and patted Lin Xuanji on the shoulder, saying earnestly, You'll get used to it. Lin Xuanji. Indignant, Lin Xuanji took out another bunch of treasures from his storage bag. There were countless pills and elixirs that shone brightly and emanated with fragrance. There were even inner cores of demon beasts within. Night Spirit narrowed its gaze and leaned against Su Zimo's chest lazily, ignoring Lin Xuanji. Lin Xuanji was upset. A moment later, he could not take it anymore. Inching furtively over to Su Zimo, he whispered, Fellow Taoist, what does that mad dog like? Tell me. Su Zimo had an idea and nodded. I can tell you, but you've got to exchange something for it. What? Lin Xuanji took a half-step back, his face filled with vigilance. That minor transference talisman. Do you have any more? Sell me some of them, Su Zimo said. Lin Xuanji nearly spat out blood. His face was grim and his body trembled, seemingly angry to the verge of collapsing. Seeing that, Su Zimo hurriedly added, I'm going to buy them with spirit stones, not taking it away from you. Fellow Taoist, you're getting too worked up. Su Zimo did not know the preciousness of the minor transference talisman, and merely took it as a talisman that had a price tag to it. Lin Xuanji's mouth cramped up as he glared at Su Zimo angrily, gritting his teeth and saying word by word, I only had one fucking piece and you're asking for a few pieces. Do you think that the minor transference talisman is some cabbage you can purchase off the streets? That last sentence was almost entirely shouted by Lin Xuanji. After shouting, he panted heavily. Still indignant, he said to Night Spirit, "Night Spirit, your master is way too ignorant. There's no potential to grow by sticking with him." Shrugging his shoulders, Lin Xuanji was high-spirited as he declared proudly, "Let me tell you, if you were to follow me, I guarantee that you'll definitely have anything you want to eat in the future." "Hia!" Upon hearing that, Night Spirit's eyes suddenly lit up as it cried softly, seemingly moved. Lin Xuanji's voice came to a halt. "Ow? There's a reaction?" Elated, he looked at Su Zimo excitedly. "Fellow Taoist, what did Night Spirit just say?" Suppressing his laughter, Su Zimo replied, "Night Spirit said that it wants to eat dragon eggs. It's asking if you can get any?" Lin Xuanji, why you? You guys." Lin Xuanji pointed at Su Zimo and Night Spirit. His nose was crooked from anger, and his voice was quivering. He felt that if he continued to stay with this man and beast, he would definitely break down. "Humph, good luck to you guys!" With a furious flick of his sleeves, Lin Xuanji soared into the air and flew off into the distance. "No matter what, thank you, fellow Taoist!" Seeing that Lin Xuanji was about to disappear, Su Zimo hurriedly shouted. Those words were truly from the bottom of his heart. If not for Lin Xuanji, he would have died inside the primordial ruin. When he heard that, Lin Xuanji, who was speeding in the skies, felt his legs give way and almost fell. Su Zimo had reaped quite a lot from this trip. Not only did he manage to remove the power of the blood slave art remaining in his body, he even managed to eat a dragon's egg. However, Lin Xuanji got nothing at all. All he got was a little bit of leftover juice. Lin Xuanji continued speeding through the wind, feeling more upset the more he thought about it. He had cultivated for dozens of years. As the successor of one of the top factions of Tianhuang mainland, when had he ever suffered such a loss? That person must be the reincarnation of a jinx. Why else would my luck be so bad when I'm around him? Disciple of Ethereal Peak? Humph. I've got to divine who he is and his background alongside the secrets he's hiding. With that said, Lin Xuanji took a deep breath of air and a gray, gentle light appeared in his pupils. It spread out slowly, turning into a thin layer of haze that veiled his eyes. Opening his palm, Lin Xuanji's thumb made repeated contact with his other four fingers, tapping in a furious speed. A mysterious, profound power swirled around Lin Xuanji's fingertips. Oh! After a long time, Lin Xuanji's body trembled and the gray fog in his eyes dispersed. Stunned, he muttered to himself, "How is this possible? I'm unable to divine it?" His face was grim as he frowned. "That person is only a Foundation establishment cultivator, why can't I divine it? It doesn't make sense. Could someone be concealing the heavenly secrets?" Lin Xuanji's gaze narrowed as he murmured softly, "There's a supreme expert backing this lad?" Chapter 247 Great Zhou Capital. Chapter 247 Great Zhou Capital. After Lin Xuanji left, Su Zimo took out the map and compared against it carefully. A moment later, he discovered to his shock that his current location was less than 5 kilometers away from the capital of the Great Zhou dynasty. The minor transference talisman that was used in the primordial ruin had actually teleported them nearby the Great Zhou's capital. After the battle at Dongling Valley, Su Zimo's rampant escape had brought him a long way away from Ethereal Peak. Without any other means, given his cultivation realm, if he were to leave from this place, it would take him several months to reach back to Ethereal Peak even if he were to rush day and night without any rest or sleep. Worried about the safety of everyone from Ethereal Peak, Su Zimo pondered for a moment and decided to check out the capital first and see if he could find out any news. Putting away the map, he soared into the skies on his flying sword with Night Spirit and sped in the direction of the capital. An hour later, at the border between the sky and the ground ahead, a towering black-walled city came into view. The city wall extended from the ground left and right, but there was no end to it. One could feel the grandeur of the city merely by looking from afar. It was as if a primordial divine dragon was lying on the horizon. "That's the Great Zhou's capital?" The closer he approached the city, the more he could feel its magnificence. Compared to the city before him, the Yen country's capital was like a mansion in a real city. It was a world of a difference. At a close distance, one could clearly see signs of the surface of the city walls being weathered by the elements. While it was old and mottled, the city stood upright and indestructible over countless years. That was because this was the core of the great Zhou dynasty. The emperor's territory, the capital of the dynasty. There were 3 tall city gates in the direction of Su Zimo's city wall where many guards of the capital stood on both sides. The traffic was endless and more than half of them were cultivators. "Hey, that cultivator up there! Anyone that's beneath golden core is forbidden from flying in the capital. Come down quickly!" Right then, a shout from the city gate interrupted Su Zimo's thoughts. Unknowingly, he had already arrived at the city gate of the capital on his flying sword, and the guard below was referring to him. Even a vassal state like Yen country had various rules in its capital, let alone this majestic city that was the capital of the great Zhou dynasty. Putting away his flying sword, Su Zimo descended in front of the city gate and headed into the capital with the crowd. He looked around carefully and noticed that the guards would collect 10 spirit stones as entrance fee each time they encountered cultivators. Chi refinement warriors paid 10 inferior grade spirit stones, while foundation establishment cultivators paid 10 middle grade spirit stones. As for golden cores, they could enter directly. Su Zimo was not bothered by the rules and did not want any trouble, so he handed 10 middle grade spirit stones casually to a guard. One of the guards could tell that it was Su Zimo's first time in the capital, and reminded him out of kindness that there were many rules in the capital, and he should watch out for them. If he broke any, he could be kicked out of the capital for minor offenses. As for major offenses, he could be dealt with severely. Expressing his thanks, Su Zimo entered the capital. Upon entering, he nodded silently. The spirit chi in the capital was clearly thicker than outside. There should be an array formation master who set up a massive spirit gathering formation in and out of the great Zhou's capital to achieve such an effect. Su Zimo walked through the long street paved with bluestone and fell into deep thought. Even golden cores would not be able to attain true inedia and had to eat. Only nascent souls would possess supreme dharmic powers and were able to consume rain dews and absorb the essences of the universe. Nourishing their bodies with the chi of day and night, they could attain inedia. Therefore, the best place to obtain information in the great Zhou's capital was a restaurant. Raising his head, Su Zimo caught sight of a 2-storied restaurant not far away on his left. Noon had yet to arrive, but there were already plenty of customers within, mostly cultivators. Entering the restaurant, Su Zimo did not head up to the private rooms on the 2nd floor. Instead, he looked for a seat nearby the windows on the 1st floor and sat down, casually ordering some food. Before long, more people gathered on the 1st floor. Many cultivators were gathered in small groups as they discussed the recent happenings of the cultivation world. Su Zimo listened in while sipping his drink in no hurry. A long time later, someone in the crowd suddenly remarked, "There's 2 more years till the sect competition. I think Ethereal Peak is doomed this time round." "That's right. Because of such a huge change in Ethereal Peak, there will be plenty of empty spots on the 4 ranking lists. Let's see who's able to clinch the top seat this time round." "Yes, I think many sects and cultivators have their sights set on the Primordial ruin and are thinking of finding some treasure there. By that time, they will definitely shine in the sect competition." Just as everyone was discussing, a green-robed cultivator popped out of nowhere and asked suddenly, "I heard that many Foundation establishment cultivators of Ethereal Peak were killed at Dongling Valley. What happened thereafter? How many disciples of Ethereal Peak managed to escape?" Everyone turned to look at Su Zimo with weird gazes. He gave an embarrassed smile. "I've been out adventuring for a long time and have just returned. This is the first time I'm hearing of this." "Oh." The cultivators nodded in realization. Someone said, "That massacre was a huge blow for Ethereal Peak. From what I know, only a dozen or so out of the many Foundation establishment disciples managed to escape. Of the 3 great legacy disciples, 2 of them died in that battle. Su Zimo felt slightly better that it wasn't a complete annihilation. However, he was still worried about little Fatty and Ling Ro's safety. What about the golden cores of Ethereal Peak? What happened to them? Su Zimo pondered for a moment and asked. It's even worse. A cultivator at the side shook his head and replied. I heard that of Ethereal Peak's 5 golden cores, only one managed to escape and he was seriously injured. No one knows if he's dead or alive. Su Zimo sighed internally. As they had mentioned, the blow for Ethereal Peak was huge. Almost all of their top Foundation establishment cultivators had perished in Dongling Valley. Only, he did not know whether Peak Master Wen Xian or Elder Yu was the golden core who had escaped. Right then, another cultivator added. I heard news that initially, none of the Ethereal Peak disciples could escape at all. However, a change happened to the situation. In order to save his sect mates, one of the disciples decided to sacrifice himself and lure away more than half of the enemies. Yes, I've heard about that as well. It's truly a pity that someone like that is dead. Another person shook his head with a regrettable expression. Su Zimo realized that the disciple of Ethereal Peak they were talking about should be referring to him. However, what they knew was far from the actual truth. Actually, that person might not be dead, right? Su Zimo continued casually. Heh! Someone scoffed coldly. He was being hunted down by a few golden cores and countless Foundation establishment cultivators. How could he have survived? Another cultivator chimed in. If he's not dead, I'll pluck my head off right now and let you guys kick it around like a ball. Chapter 248, Storyteller. Chapter 248, Storyteller. In the northwestern corner of the great Zhou dynasty, there was a prefecture city called Yongxing City. There were all sorts of people gathered there, and it was bustling with life. In a corner of Yongxing City, a group of people were huddled together. In the middle of the crowd, there was an empty space with a table and an old man. Wearing a white crown and long robes, he had a tall beard and rosy cheeks as he leaned back against a chair. The old man's left hand was resting on a wooden block on the table, while he waved a paper fan with his right. As he spoke with a smooth eloquence, everyone around him was mesmerized. Looking at his attire, alongside the wooden block on the table and the folding fan in his hand, it was obvious that this was a storyteller. Traveling among common folk, this was somebody that was specialized in the tales of the supernatural. The stories told by storytellers were magnificent and bewildering. They were most attractive to mortals. That battle was so intense that the skies went dark and the earth shattered. Corpses were strewn all over the ground as fresh blood flowed in an extremely tragic manner. Waving his paper fan, the elderly man said in a clear voice. This powerful being of the human race took a step forth, causing the voids to tremble. A shout of his could fell the stars, a back flip of his palm could summon the clouds and a front flip could summon the rain. While that divine dragon was strong with the ability to topple mountains and oceans while overturning the heavens and moon, it could not defeat that man. Everyone listened intently. A massive battle continued for 2 days and nights and finally, the divine dragon was slain by that man. Fresh blood splattered from the divine dragon's body endlessly. Many living beings that could not dodge in time and were splashed by the blood exploded to the death on the spot, unable to withstand the divine dragon's power of bloodline with their bodies. Many people were secretly shocked and gasped. Seeing everyone's reactions, the old man was very pleased. He waved his fan gently and stroked his beard with a smile. Foo-foo. Right then, a sneer could be heard from outside the crowd. These illusory untruths are merely enough to fool mortals. What a joke. Who would have the stamina to fight for 2 days and nights? Divine dragons? You were speaking as though you've seen one before. The person who spoke was a Foundation establishment cultivator. When this person happened to pass by this place, he paused to listen for a while and could not help but sneer. In truth, true cultivators did not care about listening to such stories as they could easily differentiate between truth and fiction. Seeing that he was exposed, the old man's face turned red, seemingly from embarrassment. He straightened his neck and asked, "How do you know I've never seen one before?" "Oh?" The Foundation Establishment cultivator glanced askance at the old man and sneered. "You don't have any spirit chi in your body, so you can't be a cultivator. If so, I want to ask you, where did you see the divine dragon, huh?" Using the spirit-peering art, it was easy to detect that this old man was a mere mortal. The moment the old man heard that the other party was a cultivator, his aura weakened. Avoiding eye contact and retracting his neck, he muttered softly, "In any case, I've seen it before." The Foundation Establishment cultivator pouted his lips and scoffed coldly before leaving. Not far away, there was a man dressed in gray robes. Slightly rotund with a beardless face, he was holding a folding fan as well as he walked towards them. "Storyteller, why don't you continue?" Someone at the side urged impatiently. The old man swept his gaze around. When he saw who it was, the wooden block in his hand landed, ringing with a resounding slap. "If you want to know what happened, wait for the next session." Keeping the wooden block, the old man closed his paper fan and waved. "All right, let's disperse. We'll continue another day." "Tisk!" The crowd booed. Seeing that the old man was standing to leave, the crowd no longer lingered and dispersed as well. Entering the crowd, the old man disappeared within a couple of steps. In an empty corner, the old man and a gray-robed cultivator met. "Old man, I failed. I didn't get it." The gray-robed cultivator with the dispirited expression was Lin Xuanji, who had just escaped from the primordial ruin. Stroking his long beard, the old man looked unfathomable as he replied with a smile, "I expected that." "Fuck!" When Lin Xuanji heard that, he hopped in anger. "You're vicious, old man. If you've already divined it from the start, why did you still want me to head to that place? I nearly lost my life." "What do you know?" the old man said with a calm expression. "The divination that I divined showed that this was a dangerous journey. Although you're destined to fail, this journey will be worth it for you." "Is it?" Lin Xuanji ground his teeth and asked. "Of course. My divination is never wrong." The old man was confident. Lin Xuanji could not hold it in any longer and yelled, "I didn't manage to get any shit. I only got a little bit of egg juice and it was left behind by a dog." "What egg juice? What dog?" The old man was a little confused after being sprayed with a facial of saliva. Lin Xuanji recounted the events in the dragon lair of the primordial ruin in detail. "You ate the dragon's egg? You're twisted." The old man was so angry that he was trembling. He raised his hand and ruthlessly slapped Lin Xuanji's face. "Hey, don't hit me. Stop. It wasn't me. It was that Su Zimo and a dog." Lin Xuanji kept dodging, but it was useless. With a resounding slap, a red palm print appeared on his cheek. "Old man, I've also used the minor transference talisman." "Piak!" Without another word, the old man sent another slap flying. Another palm print appeared on Lin Xuanji's right cheek that could not fade away. Stroking his beard, the old man frowned. "This doesn't make any sense. The divination can't be wrong, and you should have gained from this journey. Could it be that this divination was referring to that Su Zimo?" "Right, old man. That guy has some sort of skill such that I can't divine his background and fortune," Lin Xuanji said. "There's such a thing?" A subtle ripple emanated from the old man's glabella that shrouded the entire capital in an instant. Before long, it located Su Zimo within a restaurant. Gentle threads appeared in the old man's eyes that spread out swiftly into a hazy fog. Opening his palm, the old man began to divine. As time passed, the old man frowned deeper while his expression turned grimmer and paler. Given the old man's cultivation realm, he should be able to divine a Foundation Establishment cultivator almost instantly. But now 2 hours have passed. Next to him, Lin Xuanji waited with bated breath silently, afraid that he would disturb the old man. Another hour passed and the old man's body shuddered. With a grunt, the gentle threads dispersed and blood vessels appeared in a terrifying manner. "Old man, how are you?" Lin Xuanji knew that this was the result of a forced divination session. Some people had special destinies. If one were to force a divination and did not stop in time, turning blind would be a normal occurrence. If it was more serious, some people could even have bad luck befall them. I'm fine. The old man waved it off and let out a long breath, pondering. That lad has a normal destiny. It was initially ordinary, but an expert helped him to change his fate, weaving his destiny entirely. I can't divine him either. Huh? Lin Xuanji's eyes widened as he asked in disbelief. Changed his fate? He knew the immensity of those words. That was something that even the old man could not do. Oh? Right then, the old man's expression changed and his eyes shone with a strange glint. Chapter 249 Chase. Chapter 249 Chase. Seeing the strange look on the old man's face, Lin Xuanji could not help but ask. What happened, old man? You said that the three of you ate that dragon's egg? The old man was expressionless as he asked instead. Stunned for a moment, Lin Xuanji shook his head hurriedly. I only ate a little bit of egg juice. It was almost entirely eaten by that man and beast. Both of them ate so much that their mouths spewed with light and they could barely hold it in. Eat a little? The old man sneered. Even if you only ate a single drop of it, you can dream about getting away scot-free. Do you think that it's so easy to eat a dragon's egg? That you can just wipe your ass and leave after eating it? Old man, what do you mean? Don't scare me. A dragon has come knocking. Ah? Stay here and don't leave the city. Right after saying that, the old man transformed into a beam of light and disappeared from where he was. Outside the city, a woman clad in green armor headed for the city gate. She was tall and exuded a cold aura, bearing a frosty expression with killing intent hidden in her eyes. Her armor was extremely unique, as if green fish scales were pieced together seamlessly. The closer to the city gate, the more people there were. Even as she approached, the woman did not show any signs of slowing down as she squeezed through the crowd straight towards the city gate. Why are you squeezing? Do you want to die? A Foundation establishment cultivator ahead spun around suddenly and glared at the green-armored woman. He placed his hand on his storage bag in a threatening manner. Other than some special areas, fighting within the capital was forbidden. However, since this was outside the capital after all, the guards would not care even if a fight truly broke out here. Against the threat of the Foundation establishment cultivator, the green-armored woman was expressionless as she continued walking forth. In fact, she did not even pause in her footsteps at all. The Foundation establishment cultivator frowned. Using the spirit-peering art, he sized the green-armored woman up and realized that there were no traces of spirit chi at all. Most importantly, the green-armored woman did not carry a storage bag with her. This implied that she was a mere mortal. You're asking for death. Confident, the Foundation establishment cultivator cursed and withdrew a flying sword from his storage bag, injecting spirit energy into it. Whoosh! 2 spirit patterns shone on the sword. A middle-grade flying sword. Go! The Foundation establishment cultivator hollered as the flying sword stabbed towards the glabella of the green-armored woman. The crowd had long dispersed, afraid that they would be implicated. Ignoring the incoming flying sword, the green-armored woman continued forward. The Foundation establishment cultivator opposite sneered internally as a vicious look flashed in his eyes. Clang! When the flying sword stabbed the green-armored woman's glabella, it was repelled and the sound of metal clashing was produced. The expression of the Foundation establishment cultivator changed. The crowd was also dumbfounded. A middle-grade flying sword could not even scratch that person's body? What was that person's cultivation realm exactly? By now, the green-armored woman already came close. Suddenly, she stretched her arm and extended a slender finger, tapping gently on the head of the Foundation establishment cultivator. Even though he could see the green-armored woman's finger coming for him, the Foundation establishment cultivator felt like he could not move or dodge no matter what. Poof! There was a crisp sound. The green-armored woman retracted her hand and a hole appeared on the Foundation establishment cultivator's head as blood gushed out. With his gaze dimming, the person fell to the ground with a thud and died on the spot. When they saw that, the crowd fell into an uproar. The guards standing at the city gate merely intended to watch the fun. But now, they were extremely tense as though they were facing a formidable enemy. While the guards did not have high cultivation realms, they had come across all sorts of people standing guard all year round. They could sense an extremely dangerous aura coming from that green-armored woman. "Visitor, stop and report your name." "What sect and country are you from?" a guard yelled. The green-armored woman was expressionless and continued walking ahead. It was as though nothing and nobody in this world could stop her from proceeding. "Oh?" The expressions of the guards changed as they withdrew their flying swords from their storage bags, prepared to fight. "Fellow Taoist, you've crossed the line." Suddenly, a voice rang out. The guards felt their vision blur as an old man in long robes suddenly appeared in front of them. Strange enough, after the old man appeared, the green-armored woman stopped in her tracks and a hint of cautiousness flashed through her eyes. The old man said calmly, "Go back." "You want to stop me?" The green-armored woman spoke and narrowed her eyes, emitting an ancient and vicissitude aura like a mighty god that could not be defied. Under the presence of that aura, everyone, be it mortals or cultivators, felt like they had to kneel on the ground and kowtow in reverence. Roar! The green-armored woman suddenly opened her mouth, letting out a shrieking roar that could pierce gold and crack rocks from the depths of her throat. Dragon's roar! Poof! 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 The people closest to the green-armored woman instantly exploded into a bloody mist. Clang! Clang! The flying swords in the hands of the guards fell to the ground as they clutched their heads with both hands. Looking pained, their ears were starting to seep with blood. "Bastard, how dare you behave so brazenly before me?" the old man bellowed. His voice was clear and loud, like a great bell. It contained a mighty power that instantly broke that earth-shattering dragon's roar. If not for the old man's shout, the hundreds of people outside the city would all have to die. Everyone snapped back to their senses as they panted heavily. They felt as if they had just barely escaped death and had a lingering fear. Unknowingly, a folding fan appeared in the hand of the old man. With a swift movement, the old man closed in on the green-armored woman and raised his folding fan, slamming it down on her head. Bang! The green-armored woman stamped on the ground, causing mud to flew as she sped backwards, avoiding the old man's folding fan. Remaining in midair, the green-armored woman's figure began to expand. Right in front of everyone, a ferocious and intimidating divine dragon soared into the skies. Floating above everyone, it coiled in the skies and possessed a destructive aura. That's a DD dragon? Heavens! Dragons really do exist. The many cultivators were terrified as they collapsed to the ground, speaking with trembling voices and pale faces. Even the guards of the capital felt powerless at the moment. Against the might of the divine dragon, they could not bring themselves to resist at all. The scales that seemed like steel had melted on them, those sharp claws and that indestructible body, every single part of the divine dragon's body exuded danger and power. The old man's expression remained the same as he soared into the sky. Even though he was facing off against a divine dragon, he radiated an aura that even surpassed it. On the surface, the old man's body was so small that it could not even compare to a single piece of the dragon's scale. However, he possessed an apocalyptic power that was gushing out furiously. "If you refuse to back down, don't blame me for being merciless and slaying you today." Staring coldly at the divine dragon opposite him, the old man warned. Roar! The divine dragon opened its gigantic mouth and spewed a stream of green dragon flame, incinerating the surrounding air instantly as it charged towards the old man. Chapter 250 Gloom. Chapter 250 Gloom. Humph! Faced with the incoming scorching dragon flame, the old man remained composed and snorted coldly. With a flick of his wrist, his folding fan opened up and released an incomparably golden glow. The old man's folding fan seemed to have transformed into a blazing sun, emitting golden rays that were bedazzling. In that instant, everyone watching the battle from the capital, be it cultivators or mortals, felt a sharp pain in their eyes. Their vision was drowned by the endless light, and they lost their sight temporarily. Those outside the capital that were closest to the battlefield shrieked in pain and turned their heads subconsciously. Shutting their eyes tightly, tears streamed down their faces. Roar! The divine dragon seemed to recognize the folding fan in the old man's hands as it let out a deep growl while looking on with a hint of caution. Swash! The old man waved his folding fan and swiped forward. The green dragon flame that gushed in was like a piece of silk and parted in the middle against the folding fan, dissipating to both sides. Almost instantly, the old man arrived before the divine dragon. The divine dragon raised its head and straightened its body, extending a pair of gigantic claws that swiped at the old man ferociously. The old man was expressionless, and he did not dodge nor avoid. He simply stretched out his arm and clenched his fist, punching towards the incoming heavenly encompassing dragon claws. Bang! With a deafening boom, many cultivators outside the capital could not take it and fainted on the spot. The entire capital trembled under the might of that boom. At the center of impact, cracks appeared in the void. Pitch black, they exuded a cold and sinister aura that was absolutely shocking. Even the void was shattered. The old man's seemingly tiny body remained motionless in midair. Instead, the divine dragon was forced back a little. After that punch, the old man's folding fan swept forward. A piercing sound could be heard as it slashed past the divine dragon's body like a metal against a mirror, causing one to wince. Flashes of blood appeared. A wisp of dragon's blood splattered and dyed the skies red. On the side of the dragon's body, a huge gaping hole appeared where the dragon's scales were shaved off, revealing the blood and flesh within. The divine dragon let out a miserable cry and soared into the air, swooping above the heavens. Holding the folding fan in one hand and his other hand placed behind his back, the old man looked at the divine dragon in the clouds calmly, and did not chase after it. It turned around and glared at the old man filled with killing intent and indignance. However, it was clear that if it continued fighting with this old man, it could very well die here. Roar! The divine dragon howled into the sky and soared through the clouds, speeding into the distance before disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. After the divine dragon fled, the old man closed his folding fan but did not leave immediately. His gaze lingered on a nearby void. Even though there was nothing there, the old man continued staring with a hint of warning in his eyes. A long time later, he retracted his gaze and heaved a sigh of relief. Waving his sleeves, he vanished. Within the capital, the many cultivators only realized what was going on a long time after the old man disappeared and a commotion broke out. Did you guys see that? That was an actual divine dragon! So, an ancient life form like that really does exist in the world. I've lived this life with no regrets being able to see it today. The aura of that divine dragon was truly way too terrifying. Even though we were so far away from it, I felt my heart palpitating like I could die at any moment. Many cultivators gathered excitedly and discussed. Those cultivators, be it Foundation Establishment cultivators or Golden Cores, may have never been able to see the appearance of a true dragon in their entire lives. In fact, for most of them, like Su Zimo, divine dragons were merely illusory legends that were thought up by people. How could there be such a terrifying life form in Tianhuang mainland? Now that everyone saw it with their own eyes, they truly understood that the divine dragon outside the capital was far stronger than they had imagined, far more frightening than the legends had described. Just who was it that blocked off such a terrifying existence? The divine dragon was already so powerful. What sort of cultivation realm did the cultivator who blocked off the divine dragon have? I don't know. I couldn't see clearly. Everyone shook their heads. All of them had witnessed the massive battle clearly. The sight of the divine dragon spiraling in midair was remembered by everyone. However, no one had a clear recollection of the person who fought against the divine dragon. A golden core said hesitantly, "That person was shrouded by a layer of fog and couldn't be seen clearly at all. He looked like a middle-aged man. Where did that divine dragon come from? Why is it here? I'm not sure." I've got a feeling that something bad is about to happen in the north region of Tianhuang mainland. Even though Su Zimo was calm on the surface when he heard the discussions, his heart was thumping wildly. No one knew better than him about the origin of that divine dragon. That was the same dragon that he had seen in the primordial ruin. The purpose of its visit was self-evident. It was to kill them. Su Zimo long knew that the moment they ate the dragon egg, he would have an irreconcilable feud with this divine dragon and the entire dragon race. That was why he said that Night Spirit had caused big trouble. However, Su Zimo did not expect that the divine dragon would be able to find its way here despite them making use of the minor transference talisman to escape from the primordial ruin. If not for that mysterious expert today, he and Night Spirit would most likely be dead by now. How did it manage to find them here? The minor transference talisman made use of spatial teleportation. While a divine dragon's power might have been able to give it a rough gauge of the direction, how did it determine with such accuracy that he and Night Spirit were within the great Zhou's capital? This time round, the divine dragon was pushed back by a mysterious expert. However, it was impossible for mysterious experts to appear around Su Zimo all the time. Heaven knew where this person came from, and what he looked like or his background. If the divine dragon were to come knocking the next time round, who was going to save him and Night Spirit? A layer of gloom enveloped Su Zimo's heart. At the very center of the capital stood a majestic and grand palace. It was extremely huge and was none other than the Imperial Palace. Outside the main hall stood a dense group of black-armored soldiers. Each of them was a Foundation establishment cultivator, and there were 10,000 of them, all kneeling on one knee in a neat formation with clear discipline. At the entrance of the main hall stood a middle-aged man in a yellow robe. His face was sharp as a knife and his eyes shone with a fiery light, emanating a stern sense of authority with his expression. The yellow-robed man's brown skin added an iron and murderous look to his face. This man was the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty. In charge of thousands of kilometers of territory, the man who ruled over all vassal states under his thumb. The yellow-robed man asked, "What do you think?" "Emperor, that person's methods are unparalleled. He should be one of the top existences in Tianhuang mainland, not someone from the great Zhou dynasty." A golden cord behind the yellow-robed man said slowly, "Perfected Lord Mingzai, did you manage to catch the appearance of that expert?" The yellow-robed man glanced sideways and asked, nodding. Being referred to as a perfected lord meant that this person was already in a nascent soul realm. "I didn't manage to catch it either." Perfected Lord Mingzai shook his head. "Since he refuses to expose his identity, it's best for us to not investigate it further lest we provoke him and get ourselves killed." "Oh?" The yellow-robed man nodded, gazing into the distance as he murmured, "The appearance of the dragon race. Does it mean that the world is truly about to descend into chaos?" Chapter 251 Decision. Chapter 251 Decision. In a quiet corner of the capital, the old man appeared. Lin Xuanji moved forward and raised his thumb in praise. "Old man, you've got some skills. In just a few moves, you've managed to chase a divine dragon away." The old man rolled his eyes. "There are strong and weak dragons out there. That dragon was from the Azure Dragon lineage of the dragon race. Even though it's an adult dragon, it has yet to reach its peak. Furthermore, it just gave birth to a dragon egg, damaging its essence chi greatly, resulting in a significant decrease in its strength. Then why didn't you kill that Azure Dragon just now?" Lin Xuanji rubbed his hands together. "Since we've already become enemies, why don't we kill it to eliminate all future troubles?" "That's easy for you to say, lad." The old man sneered. "Do you know the consequences of slaying that Azure Dragon? The great Zhou's capital turning into rivers of blood would be the least of them. If it's serious, the entire northern region would be strewn with enough corpses to form mountains." "Don't scare me, old man." Lin Xuanji was startled. "Scare you? Back then that—" The old man stopped mid-sentence and shook his head. "Forget it, let's not mention that." "Fuck!" Lin Xuanji's ears were perked up to listen in focus when the old man decided to not continue. The old man waved it off. Furthermore, did you think that the Azure Dragon came alone? In the dark, there's another dragon that did not show itself. That dragon is the true expert. Lin Xuanji frowned and asked. Old man, I used a minor transference talisman. How did that Azure Dragon find me here? The three of you ate a dragon's egg. That's equivalent to eating an entire dragon. Even though that dragon hasn't been formed yet, how much energy do you think it possessed? The old man continued. The only way to avoid that Azure Dragon's detection is by absorbing that energy completely. That's easy for me. I only ate a little bit of that egg juice, so it'll probably take me a month to absorb it all. Lin Xuanji gloated. That Su Zimo and that dog are doomed. It's their own fault for eating so much, haha. Pondering for a moment, the old man said, Go and remind him that he should not leave the capital before he refines the essence energy of that dragon's egg in his body completely. Ah? Lin Xuanji was stunned for a moment. Old man, are you planning on staying here still? Of course not. The old man shook his head. After you refine the essence energy of the dragon's egg, we'll return to the Middle Continent. In another 2 years, the ancient battlefield will be opened up. We've got to prepare for it. Tianhuang mainland consisted of 4 regions, 3 oceans and 1 continent. The 4 regions referred to the north, south, east and west regions. The Great Zhou dynasty was located in the north region of Tianhuang mainland. The continent referred to the Middle Continent. Located at the center of Tianhuang mainland, it was extremely huge and its territory was larger than all 4 regions combined. If a Foundation establishment cultivator were to travel on his flying sword at full speed, he would not be able to travel through the entire North region by the end of his lifetime, let alone enter the Middle Continent. Golden cores were faster and had a longer lifespan. However, no one would waste most of their precious time on the road just to get to the Middle Continent. Furthermore, the journey was fraught with dangers and demon beasts lurked through the mountains and rivers. They would probably die before even reaching the Middle Continent. It was only by reaching nascent Soul Realm that one would have the ability to protect themselves and could attempt to cross the 4 regions and continent. In the restaurant, Su Zimo ate his food as he listened to everyone's discussions. Suddenly, someone sat down opposite his table. When Su Zimo looked up, he was slightly stunned. Lin Xuanji. Both of them parted ways after escaping from the primordial ruin. He had not expected to encounter this person once more in the capital. Su Zimo poured a cup of wine for Lin Xuanji and smiled. It's probably fate that we're both able to meet again so soon. Lin Xuanji's lips cramped up at the mention of fate. It was because they were fated that he was almost done and because of Su Zimo and that dog. The dragon's egg was gone. His tracks were exposed, and he was hunted down by a dragon. His minor transference talisman was gone. He was even slapped twice by the old man, and the handprints had just faded. At the thought of those things, Lin Xuanji was furious. He said coldly, It's not fate. I came to find you. Oh? Su Zimo exclaimed softly. What can I do for you, fellow Taoist? Don't leave the Great Zhou's capital before you're done refining the essence energy in your body. Lin Xuanji said. I'm sure you witnessed that battle outside the capital earlier on as well. The dragon came because it could sense the energy within your body. Su Zimo frowned. That was exactly what he was worried about. After a moment of silence, Su Zimo continued. I can't stay in the capital and refine all that essence energy as well. What if the dragon comes knocking again during this period of time? The only way is if that mysterious expert continues guarding this place and can step forward to stop the divine dragon. Even if the old man isn't guarding here, it's also relatively safer for you to stay in the capital. Lin Xuanji said. After today's battle, the dragon race must have some reservations. After all, they might not dare to come knocking once more after suffering a loss. However, if you were to leave the capital before refining the essence energy of the dragon's egg, they'll definitely sense it and hunt you down. By then, you'll be dead for sure. Su Zimo remained silent. His original plan was to return to Ethereal Peak as quickly as possible. He missed Little Fatty, Monkey, Spirit Tiger, Little Crane, and everyone else dearly. However, upon hearing Lin Xuanji's analysis, Su Zimo realized that he had no other choice but to stay in the capital. Of course, staying in the capital was not entirely a bad thing either. First, it could ensure his safety. Second, he could save a lot of time on the road and use it to raise his cultivation as well as refine the essence energy of the dragon egg. Right now, what Su Zimo needed the most was time to cultivate. In the past year, he had reaped a lot of complex benefits. However, he did not have the time to settle down and convert them into his actual strength. Third, the sect competition would occur 2 years later. Every single major and minor sect of the great Zhou dynasty would arrive at the capital eventually, Ethereal Peak included. That way, Su Zimo could just meet everyone from Ethereal Peak in the capital and save the trouble of heading back and forth. At that thought, Su Zimo was decided. For some reason, Su Zimo had a vague sense that there was something amiss with what Lin Xuanji said earlier on. All right, that's all I have to say. Lin Xuanji rose to leave. Su Zimo looked at Lin Xuanji's cheeks and said with a fake smile, "Fellow Taoist, you seem to have gotten a little chubbier after half a day." Lin Xuanji's expression froze as he said with gritted teeth, "None of your business." With that, Lin Xuanji flicked his sleeves and left while murmuring, "Damned old man, you struck me so harshly." When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and finally realized what was amiss with Lin Xuanji's words. "Even if the old man isn't guarding here, it's also relatively safer for you to stay in the capital." That was what Lin Xuanji had just said. How did Lin Xuanji know that the mysterious expert was an old man? None of the cultivators in and out of the capital saw the appearance of the mysterious expert clearly. Was it a coincidence? Did he mention that on a whim? Or... Su Zimo's eyes flickered as he pondered. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.